the 3 editions of the book, and of course, the essay version, right, forms the basis of the first edition of the book. There are 2 very substantive revisions. Some scholars have written that, or some have written that while many scholars write essentially the same book over and over again with different titles, Feyerabend wrote 3 different books and an essay, all with the same title. That may be an exaggeration, but there, I think, is a lot to say about the different versions of this of Against Method. And there's a much larger scholarly project embedded in the question of what changes between these versions. This will be a part of my talk, is sort of sussing out some of those important differences. For convenience sake, I may refer to AM0, 1, 2, and 3 to refer to these different versions, at least on the slides. So we all know, right, that anarchism is kind of the marquee topic of Against Method, right? He says in the essay version and the opening, the following essay has been written in the conviction that anarchism, while perhaps not the most attractive political philosophy, is certainly an excellent foundation for epistemology and philosophy of science. And some version of this quote remains in the different versions. But I'm gonna argue in this talk that there really are 2 different versions of what we might call anarchism in Against Method. One, epistemological anarchism. This is really the marquee thesis of Against Method in all of its different versions. And then what I have called epistemic anarchism, which is a lesser recognized thesis that goes through major developments in the various versions of Against Method and other related works. So first, I'm going to talk about epistemological anarchism, right? Probably the most famous statement of the view is this quote, which exists more or less unchanged in all the different versions. To those who look at the rich material provided by history and who are not intent on impoverishing it, it will seem there is only one principle that can be defended under all circumstances and in all stages of human development. It is the principle, anything goes, right? Elaborating on this view, Feyerabend says, without universally enforced standards of truth and rationality, we can only speak of what does or does not seem appropriate when viewed from a particular and restricted point of view. Different views, temperaments, attitudes giving rise to different judgments and different methods of approach. Such an anarchistic epistemology is not only a better means for improving knowledge, it is also more appropriate for a free man to use than are its rigorous and scientific alternatives. Feyerabend goes through various attempts to restate the thesis of epistemological anarchism. Another often quoted version of this is in the introduction to the Chinese edition, which appears in the revised edition at the very beginning of the revised edition, is retained in the 3rd edition, right? And it goes as follows. This book proposes a thesis and draws consequences from it. The thesis is the events, procedures, and results that constitute the sciences have no common structure. There are no elements that occur in every scientific investigation, but are missing elsewhere. Successful research does not obey general standards. It relies now on one trick, now on another. The moves that advance it and the standards that define what count as an advance are not always known to the movers. This is complicated and a somewhat, I think, misleading way for Feyerabend to put the points, right? So it sounds like a descriptive thesis, right? These things have no common structure, right? But I think reading it in context with phrases like successful research, it's clear, I think, that Feyerabend is not only saying that, in fact, the practices of science have this sort of disparate or plural nature, but he's also thinking about science in its honorific sense, right? science in the honorific sense has no common structure, right? Successful research does not obey general standards. So it's couched in somewhat descriptive terms, but I think it's also retains the normative force that we often associate with this thesis. So, you know, a question that some people have asked over time about this is this anarchism? Is this some kind of anarchism? And it's not immediately obvious for those who think about the anarchist political tradition whether this is anarchistic in any meaningful sense. Some have said, well, you know, maybe this he should have called it pluralism. In fact, he did in other works call it pluralism. And certainly Feyerabend himself, as I think we've seen, had some ambivalence about the term, right? If it is a kind of anarchism, it seems like a version of what we might call popular anarchism, right? The kind of like no rules, total independence, rebelliousness, wreck the system kind of anarchism, you know, like Sex Pistols style anarchism. If there is a philosophical view in the neighborhood, it might be that of Max Stirner, his sort of egoistic anarchism, in which he emphasizes not only sort of arguments against the legitimacy of the state, which we'll get into, but against all kinds of moral constraints, right? So it's total amoralism. I'm no Stirner expert, but it's that you know, if there's a philosophical representative of kind of sophomoric punk anarchism, I think it would be Stirner. And then it's also, I think, captured in the popular anarchist slogan, be or become ungovernable, right? Sometimes I think a tongue-in-cheek sort of statement where sort of breaking social codes, breaking laws is not only a sort of side effect of the illegitimacy of the state, but a kind of an end in itself, or at least presented as one, hopefully in a tongue-in-cheek way. So if it's anarchism, I think epistemological anarchism is kind of popular anarchism, right? And if I were to try to give a definition of the view, I would define it as there are no binding methodological rules or epistemic standards, right? We might qualify this definition in various ways, right? We might qualify it with the word universal. There are places, so there are no binding universal rules or standards. There are places where Feyerabend suggests that interpretation and seems to allow that there might be local or contextual rules or standards. And it's in this sense, I think, that Ian Kidd has said epistemological anarchism is a colorful name for a certain kind of pluralism. Alternatively, if we wanted to push this more towards a genuine form of anarchism, we might say there are no binding external methodological rules or epistemic standards, that no binding rules or standards that are imposed on scientists or inquirers from the outside, right? And in this sense, Feyerabend might be understood to allow scientists to bind themselves by committing to certain methodological rules or epistemic standards, while denying that anyone can be obliged by rules or standards that come from outside, from whether that's from pure reason or from philosophers of science or from conventions of a discipline. This connects with the next form of anarchism that I'll talk about. And there's some texts that suggest that this might be what Feyerabend is thinking. I think there are also tensions with some other things that Feyerabend emphasizes. I mean, there's a lot of against method seems to emphasize sort of the personal creativity. I know Feyerabend didn't like that word creativity, but the personal creativity of the inquirer, or the freedom of the inquirer to pursue, or the opportunism of the inquirer, and that I think is at in tension with that. So I'm going to leave the definition this way, and honestly, I'm sort of less concerned with the well-trod ground of trying to interpret this thesis, and more concerned to contrast it with the other form of anarchism I find in Against Method, which I've called epistemic anarchism. The first sort of hint of this view that I find in Against Method in any serious way is in the first edition of the book. On page 216, which is the appendix where he's responding to Wigner. He says the theoretical authority of science is much smaller than it is supposed to be. Its social authority, on the other hand, has now become so overpowering that political interference is necessary to restore a balanced development, right? Here, by theoretical authority, he means the authority that we're sort of justified by philosophical analysis and historical analysis in sort of investing in science. By social authority, he means the actual authority that it is taken to have in society. This sort of claim is virtually absent from the 1970 essay version of Against Method. There are humanitarian and what we might call libertarian arguments made in favor of the first thesis, the epistemological anarchist thesis. There are some very brief mentions towards the end of the essay that science as we know it is optional, that our society could do without it or radically transform it to better serve our needs. But these are not well-developed claims with arguments behind them. They're sort of afterthoughts. And it's really in the first edition that you get more sustained engagement with the idea of the authority of science. And that especially comes in the final chapter, chapter 18, where you get quotes like the following. Science has no greater authority than in any other form of life. Its aims are certainly not more important than are the aims that guide the lives in a religious community or in a tribe that is united by a myth. At any rate, they have no business restricting the lives, the thoughts, the education of the members of a free society where everyone should have a chance to make up his own mind and to live in accordance with the social beliefs he finds most acceptable. I mean, right here, these last two quotes, I mean, make it clear that John is right in his presentation yesterday that there's not a sharp break between the first edition of Against Method and Science in a Free Society, where we get similar kinds of claims. Right? Again, continuing on in chapter 18, a mature citizen is not a man who's been instructed in a special ideology, such as Puritanism or critical rationalism, and who now carries this ideology with him like a mental tumor. A mature citizen is a person who has learned how to make up his mind and who has then decided in favor of what he thinks suits him best, right? So central focus on the sort of autonomy, epistemic autonomy of the mature citizen. He characterizes this as a person who has a certain mental toughness, who is therefore able consciously to choose the business that seems to be most attractive to him, to prepare himself for his choice. He will study the major ideologies as historical phenomena. He will study science as a historical phenomenon and not as the one and only sensible way of approaching a problem. So this sort of, on the one hand, problematizing the authority of science and emphasizing the epistemic autonomy of the individual free citizen is are already central parts of the final chapter of Against Method. And it throughout the revisions of the book, he continues to develop this idea. So just to trace how this aspect of the work develops, as I've said already, in Against Method 0, you get these sort of vague references to freedom in this sort of free relation to science and the ability to change science. In 1975, in the first edition of Against Method, the book, we get the first version of the core argument for epistemic anarchism, which I will go into more depth on in a moment. Also in 1975, you have this really important essay, How to Defend Society Against Science, which elaborates those core arguments from chapter 18 in greater detail. This is a from the journal Radical Philosophy. And then in 1978, in Science in a Free Society, he continues this development. He elaborates some key background concepts that help him with this argument, including the concepts of traditions, of reason and practice, of guided and open exchanges, develops a kind of whole theoretical framework for helping elaborate this argument. And then he really, in more detail, traces the consequences of the argument for things like separation of science and the state, which is mentioned in the first edition of Against Method, but really argued for in greater detail, and sort of the relationship between experts and lay people in a democratic context. In the 1988 second edition of Against Method, he incorporates large portions of this text wholesale, right? So he just takes big chunks of Science in a Free Society and plops them down in chapters 17, 18, and 21 of Against Method, all of which are new in this edition. And then chapter 19, which replaces chapter 18 in the order of the 1975, or in the sort of focus of chapter 18 in the 1975 version, which largely incorporates bits from Science in a Free Society. And then among the things that change between the second and third edition, you get significant revision and expansion of chapter 19, right? So this sort of chapter 18, first version of the argument, is developed in, he works it out in more detail in this essay and Science in a Free Society, and then he continues working on it through all the subsequent versions of the book. So in each of these versions, the sort of core argument, I think, is the same. It just gets more support and elaboration, and this is how I understand the core argument for epistemic anarchism. He argues there's a prima facie conflict between the epistemic authority of science and the requirements of autonomy and democratic legitimacy, right? So the autonomy of individuals, the sort of epistemic autonomy of individuals, and the requirement for democratic legitimacy that ideas are that the citizens make up their own mind, right? They're not ruled by others; they rule themselves, right? There's a conflict between that and the idea that this small group of elite experts has some special authority over matters of factual information or belief. He then acknowledges the argument that the authority of science could be legitimated through showing that science has a special method that leads to especially powerful results. So he doesn't fully endorse this argument. He has some reasons to reject this principle, but he also entertains this principle and says, okay, it might be the case that we could legitimate the authority of science in this sort of instrumentalist way. It has a way of generating particularly powerful results, right? But then he argues science has no special method, right? Epistemological anarchism is a premise in this argument. And he argues science is not solely responsible for the results attributed to it, right? And this is a part of the argument that gets a lot of development over various versions, right? It's more of a gesture in 1975. By 1978, he has a pretty extended version of this argument. So the justification for science's epistemic authority is unsound. The two bases of the legitimation of scientific authority, both are false. Thus, moral autonomy and epistemic autonomy and democratic legitimacy give reasons to reject the special authority for science. And pretty much always as a sort of a bonus implication of this argument, he argues that the rejection entails what he calls the separation of science and the state, justified in the same way that the separation of church and state is to be justified. So Again, we can ask, is this a type of anarchism? And I think it is. I think it is very close to the doctrine of what's called philosophical anarchism. The sort of prime defender of this view in my mind is Robert Paul Wolff in his 1970 In Defense of Anarchism, which the sort of central argument is that the moral autonomy of individuals implies the illegitimacy of any form of coercive state authority, right? Wolff, on sort of broadly Kantian grounds, argues that if we are sort of morally free beings, then there's no context in which we should submit to the authority of an external entity like the state when the commands of that entity conflict with our sense of the moral law, right? So he's really taking this Kantian idea that the moral law is something that we give ourselves, and which we only really can act morally when we act from a place of freedom. Unlike popular anarchism, this is compatible with sort of strong moral obligations, with a strong sense of potential standards or rules, right? And for Wolff, this is understood in a broadly Kantian way. Just a quote briefly from In Defense of Anarchism. Wolff argues that the defining mark of the state is authority, the right to rule. The primary obligation of man is autonomy, the refusal to be ruled. It would seem then that there can be no resolution of the conflict between the autonomy of the individual and the punitive authority of the state. Insofar as a man fulfills his obligation to make himself the author of his decisions, he will resist the state's claims to have authority over him. And he goes through various attempts to overcome this tension, this conflict, various arguments for democratic legitimacy. He ends up concluding that the only form of a state that could be legitimate is what he calls unanimous direct democracy, right? So of course, the state can command us to do those things that we all agree unanimously to do, which is impractical and also unnecessary, right? If all men have a continuing obligation to achieve the highest degree of autonomy possible, then there would appear to be no state whose subjects have a moral obligation to obey its commands. Hence, the concept of a de jure legitimate state would appear to be vacuous, and the philosophical anarchism would seem to be the only reasonable political belief for an enlightened man, right? And whatever you think of the virtues or vices of this view, I think that if we replace moral here with epistemic, this is a very nice analogy for Feyerabend's epistemic anarchism, as you see in Against Method, right? On this view, there are no legitimate epistemic authorities, right? There are no institutions or groups which can compel our belief or the acceptance of claims, or to which we are obligated to defer in factual matters. So that's how I would define epistemic anarchism. I think this is in a long sort of tradition of anarchist thought in certain ways. It is, as far as I know, never referred to by Feyerabend as a form of anarchism. So this is my term for a set of claims that was clearly very important to him, but which I don't think he had a kind of tight term or name. Okay, so what? So why am I going through all this stuff about Feyerabend's anarchism? Is it anarchism? I think thinking about these two theses helps us sort of draw out two different aspects of the contemporary legacy of Against Method, right? On the one hand, epistemological anarchism is now widely accepted in philosophy of science, if not under that name. Some form of what we might call methodological pluralism is, I think, the de facto position. And I believe the core ideas and arguments for epistemological anarchism change very little from the original 1970 version of Against Method to the final version of Against Method. There may be qualifications, nuances, etc. But I think it's pretty much concrete by 1970. Epistemic anarchism, by contrast, is an underappreciated but is also there in Against Method. It's developed, and it's highly relevant to current concerns about science and expertise in democracies. It's also extremely relevant. Aspects of it are vaguely gestured at in the essay version. Its first full version appears in 1975, and Feyerabend continues developing and tweaking these ideas in subsequent editions of Against Method and other texts. And just to sort of demonstrate the relevance of this second thesis, second form of anarchism, I want to just end by quoting from a recent political theorist, Zeynep Pamuk, writing about science and democracy, right? In ways that I think echo very closely some of the things Feyerabend said. Democracy, ruled by the people, holds out the promise that people can shape their collective life by making decisions together, either directly or through elected representatives. Expert knowledge, and this is not an anarchist view, but still. Expert knowledge threatens to alter or limit the possibilities for democratic decision-making. It presents a rival source of authority in the public sphere based on truth rather than agreement. This creates the danger that the authority of experts and their claims to objective knowledge will crowd out the space for democratic judgment about how to shape a collective existence, right? So here, that tension that you see in Feyerabend between autonomy and authority, between authority and democracy, is very much at the center of Pamuk's attempt to wrestle with the problem of expertise in contemporary democracy. And she argues that the uncertainty and incompleteness of our knowledge and the constraints on decision-making environments mean that certain kinds of judgment, that the division of labor model, right, this idea of expert authority versus, decides the facts and the public or the representatives decide what to do, relegates to the expert domain, are in fact value-laden ones under uncertainty, and as such are appropriately made by democratic procedures, the kind of democratic procedures that Feyerabend recommended, started with science in a free society. Leaving these judgments unexamined, Pamuk says, is a failure to exercise a properly democratic responsibility and encourages its inappropriate exercise by experts themselves, right? I thus argue that non-experts must scrutinize expert claims, examine the role of values, background assumptions, uncertainty, and available scientific knowledge, and deliberate about what counts as reliable expertise in a particular context for a particular purpose. In other words, citizens are not obligated to defer to the experts, but indeed are obligated to make up their own minds. Very much showing, I think, the relevance of some of the issues that Feyerabend was wrestling with. So, thank you.
Human beings tend to share. It's very common. For give another example. A lot of scientists learn claim offering truth. They only like a certain side of it, and when you provide the full package, then it comes up on this path. And I'm very much in agreement with, I'd say, everything you said here. A lot more than this. But what's the advantage to saying these are two separate strands of anarchism, as opposed to saying this is the whole package? Feyerabend and anarchism comes in these dimensions, and if you want to be on board with the whole package, you can't just accept the part that's now non-controversial. It also comes in the second. So what's the advantage to divide and conquer?
Yeah. I think I have a couple of things in mind, right? One is when people talk about Feyerabend's anarchism, epistemological anarchism, they're almost exclusively talking about the first thesis, right? And people, I think, have rightly question whether anarchism is a good label for that, right? So I think there is a value to just sort of bringing Feyerabend into conversation with the anarchist tradition, political tradition and political philosophy tradition, to see in what sense he is saying something that's anarchist in a meaningful way. And I think it's in doing that where what I call epistemic anarchism comes into greater relief, right? I think another reason I want to highlight the second thesis, the epistemic anarchist thesis, is it's often considered a highly implausible part of Feyerabend's view that needs to sort of that has really that shows that Feyerabend is sort of politically naive, right? That he's sort of hopelessly naive in political matters, and I don't think you can say that about someone like Robert Paul Wolff. You might say, I don't agree with him, right? But you wouldn't say he's sort of hopelessly naive. I think he's one of the most important sort of works in late 20th century political theory, right? And they're using very similar argument styles. So I think it lends some significance to this sort of second thesis to draw it in this way. That said, I agree with you. They're not disconnected ideas. As I showed, I think epistemological anarchism is a core premise in the argument for epistemic anarchism. So they are linked, right? And I could emphasize that more closely. Yeah.
Yeah. You were going to say that value distinction, that it really helps us understand the connection between the epistemological and the social in a way that is very informed by the other connection.
Yeah, I think that's another value to it. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. And I think it maybe shows a certain kind of continuity between these two sets of concerns. Yeah. Good.
I can see the structural alignment between epistemic anarchism and political anarchism that you're describing, but I'm wondering if Feyerabend doesn't. I mean, it seems like some of the political counterweights to the institutional, the social authority of science that he endorses in Against Method don't themselves conform to a political anarchist sort of set of demands. I don't know. I mean, because they include the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. It seems like the political anarchism isn't a prerequisite, or even sort of necessary, any sort of necessary condition for epistemic anarchism. The relationship.
Yeah. In How to Defend Society Against Science, one of his examples are the creationists, right? Like they want creationism taught in school. He thinks this is fantastic, right? He does say in several places that, if those people became dominant, they would be as sort of repressive or more so than science has become, right? So I think here there's different ways we could do this, but we could use the Rawlsian distinction between the right and the good, right? So anarchism, epistemic or political, is a political level, right? It's governed sort of social institutions, or the lack thereof in this case, right? People might hold all kinds of authoritarian conceptions of the good for themselves, right? And their local and their sort of voluntary community of people, right? So they might not personally be anarchists, right? But anarchism is a claim about the institutions, namely that they are not authoritative, right? A lot of anarchists would like to reject that distinction, right? But I think Feyerabend is not one of them. Feyerabend has this clear two-level view of the kind that Rawls has. Yeah.
Let me jump in here. So I just have a few comments. Hopefully they're Oh, I see them. Yeah, we have good 10 minutes. Yeah. So first of all, just as a kind of suggestion, maybe I'd invite you to say something about the distinction between epistemological and epistemic anarchism and the pluralism in within science and pluralism in society distinction. It looks like these map on pretty directly, right? And so, and we have this still the kind of remaining disagreement where I'm kind of like, well, this starts around 1970, and you're kind of like, well, it's a bit later. Kind of, we get peaks of it in the book chapter AM, and then but by 75, it's kind of complete. As a second question about epistemic anarchism, it seems to be an explicitly political view of anarchism, insofar as it's focused on society. It seems very similar to me, like Nozick's kind of anarchy utopia in the state, right? This kind of minimal state interference. I mean, so that I'm just throwing that out as a kind of alternative to Wolf, and maybe it would be interesting to know what kind of political anarchist type writings that Feyerabend wrote.
Yeah. So I think you're right that epistemic anarchism is aligned with the second kind of pluralism, and epistemological with the first. So epistemological anarchism, I think, figures in the argument for pluralism in science, or if Ian is right, it just is the argument for pluralism in science. I think epistemic anarchism is aligned with the pluralism in society. And, you know, for the purposes of this talk, I think what's important is that you don't really see anything but the vaguest gesture at it in the 1970 version of Against Method. Now, maybe you see more developed versions of it in some of those other 1970 essays you mentioned. I need to go back to those. I think
in a free society.
I think that you might be right that that he's already starting to work this out in 1970, and it's just not there in the essay version of Against Method, right? Is epistemic anarchism a political position? And I think the answer is yes, but it is not identical to the thesis of philosophical anarchism or other versions of political anarchism, right? So, you know, Wolff's political anarchism or philosophical anarchism says no coercive state institution is legitimate, right? It, of course, you know, for a philosophical anarchist living in the real world, there may be all kinds of justifications for following the law, complying with state institutions. That may be the morally best option you have among the options that you have at any given time. But you're not obligated to follow those institutions. That's sort of the non-ideal theory version, right? And then the ideal theory version is that you wouldn't have coercive state institutions, right? But only cooperative associations. Epistemic anarchism is sort of not committed to that set of claims, right? Only to the claim that science or any other sort of social institution cannot obligate you to believe or to accept a claim, right? Or to defer on factual matters. So epistemic anarchism is compatible with, say, representative democracy. It is not compatible with a form of sort of neoliberal technocratic organizations like the Walter Lippmann kind of view, or many of our actually existing institutions where the deference exists. I think there are some evidence that Feyerabend was tempted by political forms of libertarianism or anarchism in some cases, but I don't know that he really has he's got that worked out. Yeah. Let's see, Jamie.
And we can, if we get feedback, I think me and Babette can Let's try it. Babette, can we unmute and see if we get better sound? We're just getting kind of weird.
Do you want to test volume first, or?
I think it may be Jamie's microphone.
Oh, it is Jamie. I'm getting it through.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Okay, I can hear you. Okay.
Okay, I'll try to speak up a bit. Thanks a lot for your talk, Matt. Really interesting stuff. I have kind of two connected comments. One is that there seems to be this tension in Feyerabend that I'm not sure that he ever really resolved between this notion of kind of freedom of choice to believe what you want to believe and this notion of maturity. So maturity for Feyerabend, at least on my reading, is something like, being a good pluralist, right? Like you've done your due diligence in exploring various different ideas and so on, and you've come to a choice as a result of kind of having gone through them in your own way or something like that. And in that case, freedom of choice is something earned. It's not something given. It's not something that every individual has just by virtue of being an individual. It's something you actually need to kind of, it's something you need to earn. And if that's the case, right, then citizens, just by mere fact of being citizens, aren't necessarily free. They could not be free in Feyerabend's more loaded sense of the term. And I think Feyerabend kind of recognizes this on the political level. So like when he talks about Mao's interference in universities forcing traditional Chinese medicine as it was becoming gradually erased, right? It's like forcing pluralism back into the picture in order to allow people to be free to like make actual choices and having, a plurality of positions that they can consider and so on and so forth. And so it seems like there's quite far-reaching consequences and maybe possibly a tension between this idea that people need to be mature, but on the other hand, people should kind of be free to do their own thing. There seems to be a bit of a tension there, and this is related to my second comment, which is that I see the parallel that you're drawing with epistemic anarchism and Wolf. I mean, Feyerabend does call Wolf's book ignorant, pretentious, and narrow-minded.
It's a different book.
But it's a different book.
Oh, it's the book on tolerance that he hates.
Okay.
The book
well,
with Wolf and Marcuse book. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, scrap that then. But one political anarchist who Feyerabend seemed quite fond of was Kropotkin. And Kropotkin's version of anarchism doesn't mean that there's no state or anything like that either. It just means that there's no a priori justification of a state. Like having a state is just a part about being a good opportunist. It's introducing new tools which can facilitate pluralism, kind of thing. So there might be some like cool kind of connection going on there with Kropotkin, and I'd be curious to hear what you think about this relationship between maturity and freedom in Feyerabend's thought.
Yeah, I mean there's the history of. I'm going to mute you, Jamie, because I'm still getting feedback. I mean there's like the history and varieties of anarchism is a whole complicated, interesting field, and it would be worth specifically going into Kropotkin because Feyerabend cites him. I went to Wolf just because I think he's super clear and easy to grasp his view. I think he, in a sense, it's more or less the same core view between Kropotkin, as far as I understand Kropotkin, which is not super well. I think it's the same core view, sort of a pragmatic acceptance of certain kinds of state institutions, but a sort of a priori rejection of the legitimacy of coercive state authority, right? One time I taught Science in a Free Society in a class, and I had a student who was super disappointed in Feyerabend when he got to that. Probably more than one student has said this to me. that maturity sort of caveat towards the end of part 2 of Science in a Free Society, where he says, okay, but this, all of this sort of is applicable to a set of mature, well-educated citizens. We can't just totally scrap everything we do now and totally scrap scientific authority. It'd be a disaster. It's got to be a slow sort of change. I don't think it is that disappointing, because or I don't think the tension is that severe, because Feyerabend in many places says the sort of way to develop that maturity is to give more decision-making authority over these kinds of things to the citizens, right? As he says, I think it's in How to Defend Society Against Science. If moving the sort of authority for sort of factual matters over from scientists to the citizens leads to worse results, in some sense, like they get it wrong more often, that's okay, right? Because they're learning. It's contributing to the development of their maturity. So I think these things are related. He doesn't want us to have revolution overnight, right? He doesn't want to change all institutions overnight, but I think he does think that there's a link between these two things, right? That increasingly, gradually adopting one will improve the other. Do we have time? Okay, Ian.
Thanks, Matt. Great analysis. I wonder, people always emphasize the sort of anarchistic, radical themes of Feyerabend. Of course they do. But it strikes me that there are also many small c conservative themes in Feyerabend's thinking. For example, emphasizing the importance of being attentive to the actual arrangement of societies, a strong sense of the importance of tradition, skepticism about abstract schemes being imposed from far away, a certain kind of respect for practice that is there in conservatives like Burke and Oakeshott. And it seems to me these conservative themes often get ignored, but they do seem central to Feyerabend and an important part of actually the sort of epistemic and political tensions that we've discussed in the last two questions. And I wonder what you think about.
Oh, you went muted somehow.
Sorry. Yeah, so just think, what do you think about those conservative themes in Feyerabend that are there as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're definitely there. I think, especially the sort of middle period emphasis on traditions as these sort of self-contained forms of life whose sort of boundaries and traditional organization needs to be respected, has a conservative quality to it. I think that, Feyerabend sort of, I think he thinks of the epistemic anarchism as I said before, what sort of one of these second order views that would be compatible with or supportive of some of these small c conservative views applied at the level of traditions and practices. So I think there is some compatibility. I think Feyerabend's own sort of urges at the level of conceptions of the good are not super consistent, because he also has these sort of, like rebellious and, liberation is the most important sort of views, which are not very conservative. So I think he's conflicted a little bit, but I haven't really tried to nail that down, whether that all fits together. Maybe there's a way in which it does. I don't know. But you're absolutely right that conservative stuff is there.
If you let Eric ask and give a one sentence reply.
Okay. I'll be very quick.
So I had two quick questions. I put them in the chat. How is Feyerabend's epistemic anarchism related to his anti-scientism, where anti-scientism means protect non-scientific traditions from science? Are they just the same thing? And the second question is, aren't there nods toward epistemic anarchism earlier than against method 1970? For example, an outline of a pluralistic theory of action and in science, freedom, and a good life? Thank you.
Yes, so I think there are hints of it, and I was sort of intentionally focusing on the different versions of against method for the purposes of the talk. But I think a larger version of this should get into some of those earlier essays. And I forgot what the first question is, but I think we're out of time. So I'll look for it in the chat and follow up in the chat. Thanks, Eric. Thanks, everybody. So Marco next.
All right, our next speaker is Marco Nathan from University of Denver. He probably gave us the most fun title for this, so we couldn't reject this, right? Anything goes till you drop. Feyerabend's legacy and the quest for method.
Well, thank you. Thank you, John. Thanks to everyone for coming. It's great to see people online, people here in person. It's great to be here, and of course, thanks to the organizer for setting up a real kick-ass conference on a very timely topic, I think. I suspect my voice here is somewhat different from many of the people we've heard. Unlike all of you, I'm not an expert on Feyerabend, and I mostly work in the philosophy of science, and over the last few years, I've been increasingly engaged in general themes that have to do with scientism and so forth. And so my hope is, well, my plan in coming here was to come here and learn more about Feyerabend and try to give us perspective, and I'd love to hear some feedback about what's going on. Of course, this is mostly work in progress, so feel free to be open. And yeah, so I'll begin with, how do I scroll back and forth here?
Just use the arrow keys. Best.
You might just need to touch the screen.
Let's do. Yeah. So.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm going to begin by saying, by noting that, at least in my experience, few philosophers are known for their catchy aphorism. Most of us are not all that famous or well known for witty remarks. There's of course exceptions. A few that come to mind. Nietzsche definitely had some nice catchy phrases. Nelson Goodman, another good candidate. My own personal favorite, Sidney Morgenbesser. And of course, I couldn't leave out the man of the hour. Feyerabend himself is definitely up there. And over the last couple of days, we've heard a lot of great quotes, good aphorisms. But I don't think I'm saying anything heretic when I note that nothing he wrote or said is better known or more influential than Anything Goes. To give you a sense, and this is trying to echo the title of my talk, but here's one, if you ask me, one of the great rock bands of our time. And the refrain has the line "Anything Goes" repeated twice. Now, let me come clean here. If I could stand here and in good faith tell that Def Leppard got their lyrics from Feyerabend, I would be, walking on clouds. I can't. I have no evidence whatsoever that there's a connection. However, I still think my point stands in the following sense. If you're a philosopher like myself, it's very hard to read that line in any context and not go, Feyerabend. So whether or not that's a source, I think it's irrelevant. Anything Goes is as influential as any line. I would say in the philosophy of science, maybe in philosophy to core is a little, there's also cogito or some, maybe it's a little, but it's up there, come on. So maybe it's with more than just a tad of surprise. And again, since we're talking about music, we had Sex Pistols for the record, I would say. It's we may hear with a type of surprise an authoritative modern contemporary historian, I'm thinking of Naomi Oreskes, who in a recent book, 2019, I believe, writes the following, and it's a quote. Of course, the bold font is mine for emphasis, but she writes, Feyerabend embraced a deliberately provocative style, and perhaps because he described his position as, quote, theoretical anarchism, he's often quoted as having claimed that in science anything goes. But that was not his claim. And, when I read this, I'm like, wait, what? What's coming next? What was his claim then? And so here's how the quote goes on from the same page. She writes, Feyerabend was saying that if you pressed him to define the method of science, he would have to say that anything goes, which is to say there is no unique method or principle of science. And I'll confess that when I first encountered this, I was a little baffled. Like, well, what's the difference? Yeah, I mean, either saying anything goes, or if you press me to say something, then I'll say anything goes. But then as things moved along, I started believing that Oreskes actually has an important point. Because if someone is charged with saying anything goes, there's a tendency to view them as dissing science. It's a way of putting down what goes on in science. But as Oreskes points out, Feyerabend was not a foe of science. Rather, he was a foe of absolutism in a sense. And specifically, like many of his influential predecessors, from Comte to Duhem to Popper and Kuhn, Feyerabend did believe in a sort of scientific progress. However, he was also adamant that the key to progress is not method per se, but kind of meticulous observation, and more importantly, a sort of historical observation. This will be relevant for what I'm about to say here. So I'll come back to this point, as things move along. But first, let me ask a different question. What's the status of these claims? I mean, as we're here to celebrate the almost half a century mark of the publication, 50 years later, what's left of this? Have these claims withstood the test of time? I mean, we all know that all this has had a substantial insight and influence on the sociology of science, and scholars like Bruno Latour, the strong programming the epistemology of scientific knowledge, yada, yada, yada. Also, let's consider this quote. It's slightly edited to make it readable, but I promise you it's not tampered. Because what distinguishes science from other exercises of reason certainly isn't the scientific method, a term that is taught to school children, but that never passes the lips of a scientist. Scientists use whichever methods help them understand the world, press in the service of two ideals, the intelligibility of the universe and testability of hypotheses. And again, this may be neither shocking nor all that interesting until you realize that this quote is not from Latour or any member of the strong program. This is from Steven Pinker. And think what you want of Pinker, he's not someone who has relativistic tendencies. He's someone who's been very critical of science studies, all these people above. And so that's somewhat more interesting, somehow more interesting. And it's a recent book. I mean, it's from Enlightenment Now, which I believe was published in 2018. Yeah, it's been a few years, but it's not ancient stuff. Unless you start thinking that I've been like digging the literature just to find something that fits what I'm about to say, I think that it doesn't take a lot of work. The literature out there is replete. The literature in the mainstream philosophy and mainstream science is replete with quotes that could have been taken straight out of Against Method. I'll give you just a couple more samples, because otherwise that would be my entire talk. Here's Jerry Fodor, again, someone who's not famous for being a relativist or a pragmatist for what matters. The scientific method, as I've come to understand it, try not to say something false, try to keep your wits about you. This is language of thought too. There's also predecessors. This is Percy Bridgman, who was writing, I believe that the book came out in 1953, but the original papers from the 40s. Scientific method, and Percy Bridgman is a physicist, famous for a version of operationalism. Scientific method, insofar as it's a method, is doing one's damnedest with one's mind, no holds barred. So, with all this in mind, I think one may be tempted to think that Feyerabend now is hailed as a visionary, an intellectual pioneer who kind of saw the state of things a few decades before other people did. But I'm not going to fool this audience because you know this better than I do. Feyerabend is not viewed, is not hailed, at least in the mainstream, as a visionary. I think there's a whole spectrum of attitudes that can go, but they range from viewing him as a pariah, someone to keep, maybe to quote, to read on weekends, but to keep at a healthy distance, to the outright disparaging attitude of people, including some prominent physicists who called him the worst enemy of science. So what's going on? Why is Feyerabend treated like this, given that his ideas are way more accepted and way more mainstream than we like to give him credit for? So here's a general mapping of the terrain, what I'm planning to do for the next 20 minutes or so. My general topic is the legacy of Feyerabend when it comes to scientific methods in the 21st century. I'm going to begin by rehearsing a very brief history of the scientific method, just to give it some broader context. And then I'm going to split the remainder of whatever time I got left into two sections. On the one hand, I think there's a pars destruens, so like a negative argument. And here I think that Feyerabend is spot on. There's a reason why, modern quotes echo what he was saying back then. But at the same time, what's missing, and that's, I think, my diagnosis, part of the explanation of what happens when things go south, there's no constructive component. There's something missing there. I'm going to try to offer something that, if it's not Feyerabend himself, hopefully goes at least in the direction of his own spirit. And then by then I'll be out of time, so it will be time to wrap things up. So lots to do, not a lot of time. Let me begin with some general remarks, the scientific method. Now, I think we've seen in several talks the last couple of days, there's this theme of science being under a crisis of epistemic authority. There's a public crisis in scientific trust. And so I think, in the context of scientism, but not just that, it's worth asking whether science is the main or perhaps the only path to knowledge, and based on what. Slightly less controversially, one could ask whether epistemic deference to science is a rational attitude, or perhaps in contrast, it's a hubristic kind of stance. And of course, to cut things short, to answer these, what I take to be important and timely questions, which have Feyerabendian flavor, we need what Karl Popper famously called a criterion of demarcation, something that allows us to draw the line between what counts as science, what does not. And the most hallowed tradition in looking for demarcation is to spell out a scientific method. What marks up science from the rest, any other epistemic endeavor, it's this magic sauce, this special recipe that makes it distinctive and particularly successful, effective, yada, yada. Of course, since we also see a lot of themes in ancient philosophy, which are interesting, I wanted to remark that this is not a new endeavor. Parmenides, who came up in our discussion yesterday, already challenged us to distinguish what the Greeks called episteme from doxa, true knowledge from sheer opinion. And the most influential answer here came from Aristotle himself, who I believe it was in the prior analytics, but pretty much gave us two independent criteria for marking science off. On the one hand, again, of course, Aristotle did not talk about science per se, or science became what came much later, but true knowledge, and including what we would call scientific knowledge, is marked by a sense of incorrigibility. It's necessary. It's infallible. I know these are not synonyms, but they're, I guess, a family cluster of concepts. So true knowledge cannot be falsified. It has to be wrong because necessary. And on top of that, it's first causal, meaning it can be derived from some first principles, some fundamental causes here. And this was an extremely influential account, an account that, as a matter of fact, was pretty much mainstream for the better part of 2,000 years. How often do we say that? But again, there's a whole discussion to have here. But in the 1600s, the epistemology of Descartes still echoes of these same views, these same approaches. But of course, that's also the beginning of a big change, because with the scientific revolution, we have a shift from what Aristotle was saying. And specifically, there's a divide and conquer where the first condition, the idea of knowledge being necessary, remains, necessary, infallible, impartial remains. But the idea of knowledge being derivable from first principles, that one goes down the drain. And of course, we see that, for instance, in Bacon. Bacon's deductivism is the beginning of that. But of course, the clearest stance here, I think, goes back to Newton himself. If we think of Newton's positive, again, going back to influential quotes, when he says, "I feign no hypothesis," what he's saying is, this is right, this has to be right, but I'm not going to BS you on why this is right. I have no clue. I feign no hypotheses. And again, this is not a small move, because once you get rid of this causal fundamentality, then you have a very important question, which is whose word should we take? Because initially it was, look, I can show you that this is grounded in some of these fundamental principles. But once you reject that, then the question is, great, should we trust Newton? Yes, we know that now. But what about back then? So it's not haphazard that this is the time in history where we see the rise of these scientific societies, such as the Royal Society in England, the Académie des Sciences in France, and so forth. This was a pressing problem at the time. And then another major shift happened. Again, I'm painting with a very broad brush here, but it's only in the 1800s that we see the emergence of the attitude that we now take to be mainstream when it comes to science. Again, fallibilism, which goes back to a large extent to Comte, but not Comte himself. Many influential figures in the 19th century were instrumental here. But it's only then, and from a historical standpoint, the 1800s is the day before yesterday, that we see this modern attitude where we take science to be fallible. All scientific theories are revisable. It's only then that it emerges. But of course, that means raising the possibility of getting things wrong, means rejecting Aristotle's second criterion. So science is not first causal, and science is not necessary. So what makes science special? We're back to square one, in a sense. And so the 20th century marks a notable attempt to go back to square one and take Bacon's insights and maybe supplement them with a healthy dose of logic and mathematics. And again, this slide, by the way, it's a 20-second version of a quarter-long or semester-long Intro to Philosophy of Science. But just to make sure we're on the same page, verificationism identified in the hands of Mort Schlick, identified the scientific with the meaningful and the verifiable. Well, we all know, as a theory of meaning, it's controversial. As a criterion of demarcation, it was an utter disaster. We have inductivism, the idea that we can take a base of facts and use some logic or probability theory to generalize them in theories or hypotheses and so forth. And again, it was never able to address older and newer puzzles, from Hume's problem of induction to Hempel's paradox of the ravens to Goodman's Grew riddle, and so forth. And then, of course, we got fallibilism. This is the type which should read falsificationism, because fallibilism was not Popper himself. But Popper gave us an earnest attempt to get rid of induction in science. And as I pointed out in the previous Q&A, I think a lot of scientists who hail Popper as a hero don't realize that Popper's views come as a package. And of course, yes, fallibilism was an important component, but he was hardly alone in that. And the elements that make Popper's view apparent are also very unpalatable to any practitioner of science. So long story short, we are left empty-handed. The search for the scientific method has not paid many dividends. So what morals should we draw? And with this in mind, I want to transition towards the second portion of my talk, which is the partis destruens. Because at some point one could say, great, the history of the search for method in the 20th century and before is a failed is a history of failure, but maybe what we should do is try harder. Maybe we need to be more ingenious here. But the truth is that all the negative results that I summarized very, very broadly in the previous slide were compounded with a series of arguments that show the impossibility, that there's system to this failure. It's not just we haven't tried hard enough. There's a reason why this pesky method is not to be found. And so again, just going very quickly through a lot of material that's very well known, but we have the original insights of Duhem, which were then brought to their extreme by Quine. I'm thinking, of course, of the underdetermination of theory by evidence, the idea that no matter how evidence we gather, we can always hold on to a theory or decide to reject it. There's no tipping point that makes it decisive here. We have, of course, Kuhn's views and specifically viewing commensurability across paradigms. And then, of course, we have the sociology of science that I mentioned earlier. Now, sociology was the more radical derivation in a sense because it became heavily constructivist. Some would even dare say maybe postmodern in its developments. But also note that Duhem and Quine, the negative arguments, I think they were essentially correct, even though we can discuss the morals, but they also gesture towards a solution which is not all that convincing. Duhem talked about the esprit de finesse, the common sense of a scientist, which of course rings true, but he didn't really do much to put any meat on those bare bones, and neither did Quine, as a matter of fact. The negative result was there, the solution was sketchy at best. Kuhn was notorious, as far as I know, in flip-flopping on issues of progress and rationality. Kuhn, in some chapters of the Structure of Scientific Revolution, brought about some very radical claims, only to take them back. But he was never exactly clear, at least to the best of my knowledge, on what attitude was rational to take. Bottom line, and I'm not going to do a ton to summarize him here because this is the topic of the conference. But it seems to me that, with the benefit of hindsight, the snapshot that Feyerabend provided in the Against method ends up being probably the most accurate situation. It's the most direct, the most open, and the most accurate in depicting where we stand with respect to method. And so before I get to the more contemporary landscape, very, very quickly, since probably the most aggravating for critics and controversial aspect of the Kuhn-Feyerabend view was this notion of meaning and commensurability. So let me just run through some main threads here just to give you a sense of what I'm thinking about. Of course, we all know that incommensurability originally goes back to Greek mathematics. It was not a controversial concept to begin with. It simply denoted some quantities that could not be expressed in terms of the ratio between integers. But of course, within the philosophy of science, it took on a meaning of various meaning of its own. And following the lead here, some great work by Ian Hacking, let me very quickly say there's different forms of theoretical incommensurability. First and foremost, we have topic incommensurability. And this is just the idea that when we have, in Kuhnian terms, a revolutionary transition, there's a shift in topics sometimes. It's overly naive to think that when you have a new theory, the new theory just takes whatever the old theory was doing and rebuilds it from scratch. So that was maybe novel, controversial in the 60s, but it's now mainstream and accepted by virtually anyone. We got dissociation, and Feyerabend was extremely influential in bringing this about. This is the idea that in some cases the theoretical change is so radical that we're left with an impossibility to translate in our modern terms. The classic example here goes back to Paracelsus, who was an alchemist who's, of course we can translate his works in English, but they don't make any sense in English. And Feyerabend was rightly credited for bringing attention to this. But again, it doesn't feel all that scandalous anymore. I think they've become pretty mainstream. And then, of course, we got the main course here, the sort of meaning and commensurability, which is the idea that, well, if theories, the meaning of concepts depends on the theory in which they're embedded. When you change the theory, you change the concept itself. And which leaves you with a sort of theories across time, across revolutionary shifts, are not talking about the same stuff. And again, this is interesting, been widely discussed, and I'm not doing justice to a long, but the truth is that this as radical as its implication may seem, it really follows from a very mild form of meaning holism that many of the logical empiricists in the 1950s and 1960s not only would have accepted, but actually did accept. So yeah, we haven't really worked through all the implications, but the idea of viewing this as this radical extreme view, no, it's something that I think we all have, unless you want to be a die-hard, primitivist or Fordhamian nativist with concepts. Anyone else is forced to come to terms with something like this. So what's the situation like in the 20th century? For one thing, it looks like the search of method has coyly been replaced. I've added that coyly disclaimer because I think there's a side remark that would easily be turned to a different talk. It's an important topic. It has to do with pedagogy. As Pinker in his quote points out, we still teach science with reference to the scientific method. If you go in grade school classrooms, you still find these banners that say, here are the 5 steps of the scientific method, which is somewhat weird because the people who write the textbook that these kids learn on, they reject the view of the method. So I think there's a lot. I've been quite interested in my own work in some of this stuff, but it's a tangent I wanted to raise, bring your attention to, but I don't have the time here to develop that. More than happy to chit chat over lunch if you're interested. But except for the basic school grade teaching of science, looks like pretty much everyone has dropped this search for method. So what do we have instead? On the one hand, we have this, the new social epistemology that comes out of a lot of very interesting feminist studies. I'm thinking of Harding, Longino, or Essence herself. We have attempts to rethink the very concept of method. In recent work, Michael Strevens has brought up this concept of the iron rule and said, well, we've been looking for a method, but he thinks we've been looking for the wrong kind of method. There's sort of pluralism of sorts, which involves, breaking down the notion of the scientific method into scientific methods in the plural. Many people have followed this route. Pitcher for one, but Mark Lang, Elliot Sober, is a list here, and then of course Nancy Cartwright and her many collaborators have worked towards replacing the notion of method itself with something that most recently she called it the tangle of science, but it comes in many forms and variants. But my point is, and I know again I'm inevitably using a lot of hand waving here. It looks like all this is reflecting the same situation that Feyerabend himself had diagnosed. All this is consistent with Feyerabend, I think, at least, with Feyerabend's diagnosis of the situation. So what's the problem with this view? This goes back to my punchline. It seems to me that Feyerabend really struck the right chord. History does replace method. And it's interesting that a lot of staunch critics, I'm thinking, for instance, Putnam, they have neglected this insight because, again, in a very influential, interesting work, Putnam is not alone, there's many others, they point out that from a Kuhnian Feyerabendian view, the history of science becomes impossible. But it seems to me that this objection puts the cart before the horse in the following sense. The objection goes through if you think that you need commensurability in order to do history. But if I'm reading Feyerabend right, he's not saying that. On the flip side, he thinks that history replaces method to give us the commensurability that otherwise we would not have. Now, on this reading, the objection, to me at least, makes no sense. So yeah, anything goes. So back now to Def Leppard till you drop. What's the issue? Well, philosophy of science is history driven, but history, pretty much by definition, faces backwards. There's history of the past. We don't have yet history of the future. And so without history, we're left with I changed this slide last night and I left a typo here, but basically, if we only focus on history, we have no future guidance. We can look back and see what happens, but what happens when we need to make a decision in the present directed towards the future? how do we decide to do next without the backing of the historical record? And so in the 90 seconds I got left, let me just gesture toward maybe a potential for a parse constructs. If, as Oresky points out, this was the beginning of my talk, the issue is a form of absolutism, well, we need to relativize rationality. Now, what do we relativize rationality to? Maybe Carnackian linguistic frameworks or slightly more involved Kuhnian paradigms. Yeah, that seems like the obvious solution. The problem is that we've done this. And this is the path that has led to the kind of radical relativism, which raised the objection. If there's no absolute rationality that allows us the comparison between paradigms, we don't have this notion of progress. And so my thought is, well, maybe we should embrace this, but combine it with a side of historicism, which was, again, the other side of Feyerabend's insight. We need to combine this localized rationality with historicism, because history rationalizes his scientific progress post hoc, looking back. Once we're future facing, that's when we need the anything goes recipe. Anything goes is a good recipe when it comes to the future because we don't have the backing of history. We try whatever sticks. And then post hoc, we can say, yeah, that was a rational transition. It was an irrational transition and so forth. There's also some irony here that thus construed, Feyerabend's proposal actually comes a lot closer to Putnam's own view, which was a very historical notion of rationality. So instead of being two opposing views, they turn out to be a lot closer than looks at first blush. Again, I'm basically out of time, so give me just one more slide to wrap things up. I begun with a puzzle. I think Feyerabend's attack on methods become mainstream, and yet he remains a radical outcast in the philosophy of science. My diagnosis was that the destructive portion is spot on, as well as his insight that his history trumps method. What's missing is the constructive portion, which requires, I think, a subtle blend of historicism with localized rationality. Very quickly to conclude, is this what Feyerabend had in mind? Again, I'm not sure. I'll leave this up to you. I mean, you all know Feyerabend a lot better than I do. I'm perfectly happy and content if this is not. I mean, if he himself would have abhorred something like this. But I do want to leave us with the thought that Feyerabend was, if anything, an agent provocateur. It's hard to think of someone who enjoyed reveling and provoking people more than he did. And it seems to me that the slogan "anything goes" was perfectly suited for the times. He was working at a time where philosophy of science needed that gentle kick in the butt, saying, hey, what, you've been looking for something wrong. I like to think, though, that the times are changing, so is the political climate. And if he were still with us in today's day and age, he may want to push a very different political, social, and scientific method. Thank you. That's it.
Questions? Yeah, Babette.
Thank you very much. The question that I would raise is the notion of the mainstreaming that you've just done. It certainly doesn't correspond with my experience in the philosophy of science at all. It's not the way I read Naomi Oreskes. It's not the way I read any of the others. It seems that you may want to go back and reread against method a little bit more, and maybe also Lakatos, and maybe some other considerations of method, because there are lots and lots of different notions of method, not just the taxonomy you gave, but a little bit more. The claim that it's already mainstream is, to me, the point of departure, and it's already a little bit of the problem. So I'd love to follow it. All the brilliant points you made subsequently, I think, are fascinating. But that first statement that we're there, I think that's why he remains a kind of outcast, because we're not there.
Thank you for first of all. I definitely take all your when you say you should read against method more carefully. Absolutely, yes. Go back to Lakatos, all these. Yes, but having said this, I'm not sure. I mean, I think the people I've been talking about seem pretty mainstream in 2020s philosophy of science. So can you tell me a little bit what is this mainstream that you think I'm missing out on? And I'm not going to, this is not a polemical question. I'm just curious to see where.
They are mainstream. I'm not saying they're not mainstream. I'm saying that they're not saying what Feyerabend.
Oh, guys, I see what you.
And that's your claim is that it has been mainstream.
No,
but I'm not.
I think, yes, again, Feyerabend had a knack for putting things in a provocative fashion. But I do think that once you strip down the main claim, as many people have done way better than I have in these last 2 days, then you see that the message resonates. Maybe put in slightly different terms, but all these positions seem to be at least consistent. If it maybe it's not something that Feyerabend himself would have embraced, but I see a sort of continuity and one that doesn't quite, Kuhn does not have that same aura of pariah that Feyerabend has. And maybe Latour does, but Latour is also not a philosopher of science. He was doing sociology. So I think these views we should realize that Feyerabend's position is not quite as extreme. That's all I'm saying, and it can be reconciled with what these mainstream philosophers of science are saying nowadays. So I don't know that we're disagreeing here. I think Feyerabend maybe would have put stuff slightly different, but I think it's important to realize that his message has become much more mainstream than it would have been in 1975.
Other questions? Be online. Maybe I'll run something by you. So in your constructive program, I am worried about the idea that the best we can do for forward-looking guidance is trial and error, right? And the related claim that history doesn't provide any future-oriented guidance. So I am thinking about sort of like pragmatist epistemologists like Dewey and Quine, who say, we can look at how things actually do operate, right? In history for Dewey, history of science for Dewey, in psychology for Quine. But we can also use that information to generate forward-looking advice in the same way that sort of like descriptive botany can give us forward-looking advice for agriculture, or this descriptive human biology can give us advice for medicine, right? We can look at a record of past practices, some of which are successful and some of which have failed, and maybe get something that's a little bit more grounded than trial and error. What do you think about that?
Short answer, touche. Yes. I was getting nervous about lack of time, so I kind of went a little bit faster than I should have. I agree with you. I mean, of course, I'm not suggesting that science, future-facing science, is just mere throwing mud at the wall and see what sticks. That's a caricature. But at the same time, we need to be mindful, because we need to use past experience. We need to see what worked in the past. We need to use corroborated theories and so forth. But there's also a danger, I think, which I think it's a danger that logical positivism faced, which is saying, great, then cut out all the historical fluff and let's focus on the specific practices that worked in the past and try to apply them. And that brings us back to the sort of inductivism that we don't work. And I think Feyerabend's take-home message has been saying, watch it, because that's not going to work. So I'm not suggesting it's just a crapshoot, of course,
but at the same time, I think there's a radical asymmetry between future and past. So we need to be mindful of that in a specific sense. So yes, you rightly called me on this. I made it sound like I'm saying, well, in the future, we just try anything. No, we stick with the theories that work well. We try to do something progressive and so forth. But let's face it, we don't have this symmetry between past and future that, the positive thought we did. The covering law model explanation was radically symmetric, and I think Feyerabend was instrumental in saying, actually, no. So that is a slightly more nuanced than I hate to say. Thank you.
It's like Ian.
Oh.
Yeah, thanks, Marco. I wonder whether there's kind of a more prosaic set of reasons for why Feyerabend might be neglected. I mean, one is a strong association of him with debates and problems that are either no longer relevant anymore, or where he's on the wrong side of the fence. So, for example, if you say, I find when I say to people, oh, well, Feyerabend was an important early pluralist, and they kind of shrug and say, well, yeah, but now we have all these new scientific pluralists, and they provide much clearer arguments, so we'll give them a footnote, but nothing more. Like the 2006 Scientific Pluralism collection from Minnesota doesn't mention Feyerabend at all. And you have people like Hassett Chang who provide nice systematic arguments. So people say, well, if he's valuable because he's a pluralist, then we have better pluralists. But if you say, well, he's an important critic of scientism, and people say, well, we live in an anti-science age, so scientism isn't the problem we have anymore. We have the opposite problem of people being too against science, not too for it. Or if you say, well, he has interesting things to say about relativism, they'll say, well, look at the world. Relativism is not the problem we have anymore. And there's a kind of an impossible, no true Scotsman scenario where any argument you try to provide, people will shrug and say, that's either not relevant, that's an old debate, or we don't have those problems anymore. And they say, well, so what does Feyerabend have to give us? I wonder if that's kind of the problem. People say, look, I don't really mind what he said or how he said it. It's just that philosophy of science is now very different now, and he doesn't fit into the scene. I wonder if that's part of the reason.
Yes, I completely agree with you at the descriptive level, but I think that argument, and I'm not sure if you're trying to embrace it or just advance it, that argument really misses the mark. I mean, and this goes back, I think, to Matt's talk this morning. What am I take-home message from what I've learned? Feyerabend's view comes as a package. And so what a lot of contemporary pluralists do is they divide and conquer, just like they do with Popper. They cherry pick the few things that they like. But to me, the value of Feyerabend is saying, look, there's more to this than that. You can't just cherry pick. You want to be a relativist, it comes with, you need there's a lot of bullets you got to bite. And Feyerabend was very willing to bite bullets. A lot of modern relativists, modern pluralists, they're not. And I think that's the value and the lesson. And you're right. People respond by saying, we live in a world where scientism is not the issue. I beg to disagree. Scientism is a huge issue in today's society. It is not the only issue, but this, to me, that's a form of whataboutism. That's pernicious. The same thing with relativism. Relativism is, I think relativism is problematic, and so is monism. And we shouldn't have this tunnel vision. So I agree with you. This is what people say. I also think we should push back and say, bullshit. I think the problems he saw in 1975 are still with us, despite, of course, the changes and stuff like that. And that's why we can't just do history. We need to reapply it. So I think that's a great diagnosis. I would want to push back as on the accuracy of it.
So I'm sympathetic with the kind of argument you have going through this. And so I kind of blame Kuhn. I think, into the 50s, philosophers of science really preoccupied with the demarcation problem. After the kind of historical turn in philosophy of science, it becomes kind of unfashionable to talk about questions like the demarcation problem, right? Kuhn kind of suggests there's no kind of non-historicized kind of answer to this kind of question. Feyerabend's close, but I mean, in their correspondence, Feyerabend's always pushing Kuhn. He's like, well, is this descriptive or is this prescriptive, right? And he's trying to do the prescriptive version of, anything goes. But it's not clear at all that, and I don't know if this is inconsistent with what you're saying, like Feyerabend says, like science in a free society, he says, you know, anything goes. It's not a positive position. It's a kind of jocular statement about the situation of the rationalist. And if you try to apply this as a demarcation problem, you get nothing, right? So I think about, was it the 80s? There's these lawsuits about religion in schools. We have Loudon. I think Michael Ruse was there. I mean, they're talking about Popper, right? So I mean, I'm kind of the people like, you know, I've written a paper kind of bemoaning that normative philosophy of science kind of went wayward after the 60s, and George Reich has. And so I'll just invite you to kind of say what your view is on the demarcation kind of problem. I mean, I feel I'm a bit reticent to say this because it's super unfashionable, right?
Well, thank you. I don't think I'm in disagreement, but it's a good opportunity for me to clarify. In a sense, I think what I'm hearing you as giving the flip side of Ian's argument, which is, on the one hand, you know, people tend to be dismissive, but then the overly historicist people just saying, well, we've moved away from problems. Philosophy, like any discipline, comes in waves. And I think, you know, we stopped talking about demarcation because for a long time, people were talking about demarcation all the time and we got bored. The same happened with biological functions. The same happened with mechanisms. So I think when you say, I blame Kuhn, I think you're saying this tongue in cheek, perhaps. Yes, just to some extent, but what's to blame is we had a whole wave of 20, 30 years of people writing about something, and then people got bored and we moved on to something else. So my response is to say, look, we can't just take what and this was kind of my last slide. We can't take what Feyerabend wrote and apply it verbatim because he was writing in the 1970s and he's not a prophet, he's a good philosopher. And so what we need to do is take these insights and reapply them now. And I think we'll realize that a lot of the problems, so like scientism, like relativism, has not gone away. And yes, there's other problems as well. But I think good philosophers, like Feyerabend, like many others, are able to get these general themes and apply them to the political milieu of the time. And I think we should do more of that. That's.
I was curious if we apply him. I mean, doesn't just that play in the hands of the kind of people who want religion in schools, right? It's just another paradigm, right? Why shouldn't we teach it?
Well, yes, but what we've done is stick our heads in the sand. And I think there's a lot of issues unresolved. And I think the question of creationism, like many others, are very pressing questions. It seems to me that we've eclipsed, we as a community, we philosophers, have eclipsed ourselves from these public debates. And this niche has not been filled with a lot of wisdom. So maybe it's time for us to stick our heads back and just be more involved in these issues. I take that as the bottom line.
Yeah, we can do a 5-minute break. Robert's here, so we'll start up in 5 minutes and go till a lot of time is over. So
thank you.
Is it this? You don't have it open. He's just gonna. It's
just here in
I don't do PowerPoint.
in the download
documents.
This.
Yeah.
No, it's
a different one.
Do you want the same thing on both screens, or do you?
Yeah.
Do you want to split it? Okay. So I'll just hit share.
The Windows, I think.
Window, thanks. And Dallas type. And so we actually have to go to it, and oh yeah, I can make this go away. Yeah. Maybe
You can maximize it.
could maximize it, yeah, whatever.
Super
Yeah,
there.
maybe I can make Ian smaller.
Just minimize on here.
Yeah, there we go.
Cool.
I just scrolled down.
Right in time. Appreciate
Yeah, sure, yeah, I was trying to get through the toll booth was that.
Oh.
The hotel. It was
The
hardwood.
one right by DFW.
Yeah,
I know
it's
that
real
one.
pain. But to scroll down, do I just press this? Oh, there it
Yeah.
is. Oh, okay.
The Apple, you do the 2-finger.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm a PC user, but I know enough that it's enough to confuse me.
Oh, good.
So I wonder if it's like, but it's not super loud.
Yeah, I heard those. I'll work with them. I tend to. Yeah, I used to do PowerPoint, but then you're just spending this time getting the screens and then you kind of lose what it was in the past. So I just scroll down a Word document. Very simple. And yeah, sure, no problem. We did the Holocaust Museum. He's really into European history.
Oh, wow.
So he was like, nothing knowledgeable about this stuff. He just gets this from the internet. He's telling me all about the Balkans and whatever. Knows all of it.
You're getting your own lecture as you're going through.
Oh, yeah.
So they look at me through this thing, I guess. Is that it? So
Oh, this is the mic.
that's the
So
mic. Because I'd be
They're
wandering.
hidden right now.
Oh, yeah. So I'll be wandering in and out of view.
The camera is probably right.
Yeah, so maybe
yeah.
occasionally I'll just.
Yeah, so what happens on the Teams is they'll see your screen and then they'll probably see you also on the top.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go start at 15, then we just started 5 minutes early. I know exactly when to start.
Mm.
That is the close numbers. They looking freaking.
This is a very difficult topic.
Yeah, yeah, it's not a, well, it's this, I mean, as I start, it's kind of the topic of observation is kind of dismissed these days. It's unimportant.
Yeah.
And it's actually really important. The title of my thesis was, why is observation important to science?
All right, we're gonna get started here. So the next paper is by Robert Hudson from University of Saskatchewan. Title of the paper is Feyerabend on Observation.
Okay. Well, I guess I can say even a little bit about what makes Feyerabend unique from subsequent thinkers. And from my view, it's his view on observation. He has a theory of observation that is, as we'll see, is occasionally endorsed by philosophers and then rejected. I don't know if Feyerabend ever rejected it. I don't think he ever did, but it's a very unique theory of observation. I think it's the right one. I think it's the true theory. And it's the one that should be defended these days. So this is my topic, and I think we'll see what makes Feyerabend unique in this respect. About observation, the question is, do we need a theory of observation? And as I note, there's a trend in recent philosophy of science, which is sort of diminish the value of observation in understanding scientific practice. Examples of this, the Bogan and Woodward data phenomena inference approach, where their interest is not so much that observations test theories, but rather we gather data from which we infer phenomena, and the phenomena are used to test theories, right? So there's no mention there of observations, and observations in this view are regarded as somehow simplistic or unnecessary. And so what Boyd and Bogan here, this is their Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy article, Theory and Observation, in which they talk about observations not needed anymore. So they should be theory and data. So their view is expressing the data to phenomena approach. We need to replace observation talk with terminology that is more obviously permissive, such as empirical data, empirical results. And a way to think about that is that we need to be more liberal in what can count as a datum rather than the observer, the human observer. You can have machines that generate data that have no consciousness, and that we should be looking at these sorts of things as testing theories. So this is why they mean something more permissive rather than the human observer. This is yeah. So Suarez has his recent book on inferentialism, talks a bit about experimental realism. He's not an experimental realist. He has his own view, which is an experimental modeling approach. But he endorses the experimental realist, meaning the new experimentalist, right? The new experimentalist being the Hacking, the Franklin, that view in the 80s where we have to start thinking more about experimentation doing philosophy of science, which is a very good thing to do. And on this experimental realist Hacking, the Franklin view, nothing hinges on observation. The perpetual capacity of sensorial apprehension of the visual part of the electromagnetic field, typically achieved in most mammals and larger mammals, physiology of the octopi, nothing hinges on that. That's not important in thinking about the value of gaining information about the world, the human observer and the human experience. The experimental modeling attitude, again, endorsing this sort of idea, does not take perception via the optical eye to be the hallmark of the criterion of reality of anything. Nothing like computers or hands or anything. Right? The sort of warmth that accrues to experimental activity does not dovetail with observational experience. Right? So these are two representatives of the current view that observation isn't really what we need to think about in thinking about philosophy of science and thinking about experimental practice. Now I'll return to these two later on once I talk a little bit more about Feyerabend. And I wanted to just give a little historical background then. So this is where the historical background that Feyerabend starts with. And he starts talking about the happy and carefree days of the Aufbau. I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about in that respect. But where observation terms, and this is the term I've used here, are semantically primitive. The old view of observation, one endorsed by what Feyerabend calls the early positivists, Aufbau time, an observation term. And so when we're thinking about a theory of observation, we're really thinking about a theory of observational language. It's not really a theory of observation about what's going on physiologically. It's a theory of observational language. What is an observational term? How do you determine what an observational term is? The old view is an observational term is, designated by the fact that it refers to an observable. Something's an observational term if it means an observable. It refers to an observable. And that's what an observation term is. Is an observation term? It's something that refers to an observable. It's a semantic notion of an observational term. It's a semantical primitive. And so the early positivists assumed that observation terms referred to subjective impressions, sensations, perceptions of some sentient being, right? It referred to these things, right? Just to give you the heads up, the later view is not that we're substituting these with physical. That's not what's going to be the preferred view. That's just a semantic. You're going to have an observational term. It's going to refer to a sensory impression, or it's going to refer to an observable physical object. It's the same problem for fire. Because when you talk about observational terms in the semantic notion, you got to be right about what an observable is. You got to have the right view about what is the observable things in the world. And that's the question we're trying to find out about. We're trying to discover what the observable things in the world. And now you have a theory of observation that builds into it semantically the meaning of an observational term as making reference to these objects. And the whole question is whether or not these objects are real. That's what inquiry is. And if you have an inquiry that starts with observational terms that have built in them the meaning of what they're referring to, then you're not going to be able to test these observational expressions. These observational expressions are going to have built into them the meaning already. It's going to have built into them what he calls synthetic principles P. He's going to have a synthetic a priori notion of observation. That's going to have built into it the structure of the world. And now you're going to have a circularity problem. You're going to want to be able to test whether or not your theory about the world is correct. And you're using observational reports that have built into them the meaning that they refer to these observables to begin with. And so you're not going to be able to test them. You're not going to be able to test these synthetic principles P's, or at least it's going to be very, very difficult. Because this is the Kantian set. You build into your mind the structure of the world, or how you're going to test that structure. How are you going to observe the just truth of Euclidean geometry, physics. And you could actually eventually, but it's very difficult. Right? If you're building in your theory into your observations, you won't be able to test it. Right? So his concern is that these principles P, whether they refer to observational states or whether they refer to objects in the world, cannot be evaluated observationally and non-circularly. Right. This is the beginning. This is early positivism, and this is Feyerabend's beginning point in the theory of observation. So how do we solve this problem? The solution, Carnap, right? The solution to early positivism circularity, primitive protocols. What is a primitive protocol? Well, this is from, well, the physical language is the universal language of science. Mistranslated perhaps as Unity of Science by Max Black, right? What are these primitive protocols? Statements needing no justification and serving as a foundation for all the remaining statements of science. Not saying that they're necessarily true, they're a semantical foundation, they're just statements you don't need to justify, for whatever reason at this point. The remaining statements obtained indirectly by induction, statements containing terms of derivative application, other terms you get from these beginnings, right? This is a pragmatic view of protocols. This isn't a semantic view. This is a pragmatic. A protocol is a statement you can start with. What ones are we going to start with? Let's start with the primitive protocols. Let's start with, as we'll learn later, the reports about the world that we are prompted to give at the prompting of a physical situation. The things we start with in our statements about the world. They're the pragmatic foundation. To give you a modern version of these primitive protocols, I'm sort of reminded a bit about, junior science classes or teaching students about how to do science, and says, well, the first thing you do when you come up to you do an experiment and you're looking at the results, you just observe what's going on. Don't draw inferences. Don't start importing your ideas into what's going on. Just what do you observe? What hits you when you see what's going on, right? When observing, be careful not to draw inferences from what you observe. Just record what you observe, right? On the basis of observations, a scientist makes a direct causal record, and this is a term I've used here, causal, but it's just the idea that Carnap has in mind. It's the idea that Feyerabend is endorsing. Carnap's example, smell of ozone there. Like ozone, I mean, there's a smell, ozone, and it's the first thing that comes out. It's not, you're not deriving it from another claim. It's this, it comes to your mind, ozone, right? Relying on these causal records, and they are protocols for Carnap, observation statements for Feyerabend, and I think we mean by data. This is what a datum is. This is what a scientific datum is. It's the result of, say, of a, it could be an observational process or the result of an experimental device, a thermometer. Put the thermometer here, it reads something. Put the thermometer over there, it reads something. It's a direct causal record of the world. You're just recording a result from a causal product of the world. Whether it's observed or not, it's the causal product of the world. And for Carnap and for Feyerabend, it's going to be the utterance that you generate as prompted by a physical situation. So relying on these causal records, a theory rebuilds both our actions and expectations without becoming completely circular. That's how you avoid circularity. You allow yourself to utter statements, to make claims just as prompted by the physical situation without thinking, without just allowing yourself to be caused to make an utterance, to make a report. And this way you avoid circularity. Whatever you think you have something on your arm, you're wondering, no, I don't have anything on my arm. I couldn't have anything on my arm. Well, I have something on my arm. It's caused me to say something, to see something. And it's how you avoid circularity, reading into things. I'm just caused to see it. I can't stop seeing it. It's a little bit of involuntariness. These record statements belong to the direct record of a scientist's experiment, right? And it's important to think this is not a semantic idea. It's not he's recording what I observe and this is what my observations mean. It's just simply, it's a record and that it's a causal record of what I observe. And so this is how Feyerabend expresses it. We distinguish observation statements not by their meaning, but by the circumstances of their production. We redefine observation terms so that the logical connection between meaning and observability is eliminated. Thus, any potential theoretical circularity is averted since observational language in itself lacks the semantics that could result in such a circularity. At this point, when you're caused to make an utterance, ozone, you're not interpreting it, you're not making a judgment of what it is, you don't have a theory about what ozone is, you're just prompted to utter ozone in a certain context. Regardless of what you think, you're going to be prompted to have that record. So there are no synthetic principles, P's, that intrinsically inform observations and so are circularly confirmed in observation. He's solving the circularity problem, which is very fundamental to Feyerabend in the 60s. This is circularity problem is central for him. How do we avoid circularity in our theories? This is how we do it. We use observations. No synthetic principle P's. For Feyerabend, in theorizing, we must be critical of our actions so that we may find out which actions are based on strong causal antecedents and which are not. And by strong causal antecedents, he means you're prior theorizing, you're prior thinking, you're wanting to think of things in a certain way, right? And sometimes they're so powerful that you see things that way. You interpret things. Right? We have to be critical in this sort of situation where you're starting to interpret things. Don't interpret. You have to find out which are based on these strong theoretical antecedents and which are not. And only the latter will be valuable indicators of external events. Only these latter will allow you to learn about the world and not just start seeing what you want to see and theorizing and seeing your theories confirmed. Now, there were plenty of objections to Carnap's, this early view of Carnap on proving the protocols. Just as an example, and there's Otto Neurath, for example, had concerns with this view. He was concerned that you could find some set of sentences that are the prodigal sentences, that are the ones that we can rely on that are the same for everybody, or the same for one person at a time. There's any claim can be discarded. Any claim could the fate of being discarded can fall on even a prodigal sentence. Renege on it. No sentence enjoys the untouchableness with Carnap endorses for prodigal sentences. And I think this is a correct point. I mean, there's some flexibility in what can count as a prodigal. One person might see something and go red. Another person who is blind says nothing. So, I mean, there's variations in what people can say. Another person could be maybe seeing some other aspect. If some person says red, another person says square, right? There's variability in people, what sort of products they're going to generate, right? So kind of what can you say about there being some particular set of prodigals that we can use, right? And to a point, Carnap concedes, says this is on prodigal sentences. Testing in science continues until one arrives at sentences one wants to admit in the case immediately at hand. It is a matter of decision, which decisions one wants to use at various times as prodigal sentences. Okay. Now, it sounds as though there's some sort of relativity here, as though it's a matter of choice. It's not going to be that way, right? But it looks a bit that way. And to develop this further, what Hempel does in a paper, The Logical Positivist Theory of Truth, in 1935, he sort of reviews the Carnapian view of observation and recounts some of these objections and recounts an objection from Schlick to Carnap's view. You know, what about a situation where someone makes any nonsensical comment whatsoever in response to physical prompting? I'm prompted and I say, you know, by the computer, and I say, Jim, you know, or I say, cow. I could say whatever. Right? Anything could be said, Schlick is concerned. We want statements that are going to be related to the nature of the world. If you're just going to ask me what sentence I'm prompted to give in the context, I might say anything. Right? On his Schlick's view, Carnap's and Nora's thesis, Nora had his sort of throwing Nora's own particular view of prodigal sentences into the mix here, leads to nonsense if the idea of an absolutely true prodigal statement is rejected. Doesn't elaborate this Hempel on what he means by an absolutely true prodigal. You think with Schlick, it might be something that's absolutely true. It could just be genuine. It could just be a legitimate one, not necessarily absolutely true, but a circumscribed set of prodigal sentences, just not anything. And Schlick wants to know, what are they going to be? What set are you going to choose, Carnap? Here's Carnap's solution to this, and this is on prodigal sentences. Prodigals can thus be valid as prodigals in the strong sense, restrictive sense, that they're actually written down by physicists, biologists, geologists, and sociologists. It's the ones they really use. It's the ones they, in fact, do use as prodigals, right? And then elaborates here, and this is from a paper, I don't think it's been translated. It's his reply to Zilsel and Dunker, right? And I've not seen a translation. I've heard this is my own translation. But for this passage, I think was so amazing. I couldn't believe I was reading Carnap. This is a sociologist of science. Doesn't sound like Carnap at all. He resolves the problem of relativity by drawing attention to the historical fact that people utter the same sentences in the same physical circumstances. As a matter of fact, in the context of descriptive semantics with real science, namely historical perceptions, people deem as legitimate prodigals those spoken utterances or written records, those physical historical creations originating from any person, especially those scientists of our cultural circle. Any person, meaning all persons. Any person is going to make this utterance in the same physical context. Right. How does this situation come about? And here's how Hempel describes it. Is a sort of a charming description of the case, but Hempel says, you know, just as we accustom a child to spit out cherry stones by giving it a good example or by grasping its mouth, we condition it to also produce, under certain circumstances, definite spoken or written utterances. So, for example, to say, I am hungry, or this is a red ball. Now we train our students. You say this in this context. In this context, you say this. You say ozone in this context. Okay? Ozone, correct. Right? You're training them, you're conditioning them to give a circumscribed set of responses as a sociological phenomenon. Because of this rather general congruous conditioning, we are assured that anyone's prodigals will be more or less the same as everyone else's. And that's the solution to the relativity problem. And again, you think, well, what's this relativity? That's all, well, what's this got to do with the truth? And we'll see more of this later. This is a pragmatic conception of an observation sentence. The issue of truth isn't that issue here. It's the issue of consistency. It's the issue of getting the same set of protocols, the same set of reports. And we need this before we have a testing basis to science. Okay. So this is then, Feyerabend is giving you the background, giving you the Carnapian background, and now he presents in the realistic interpretation of experience his theory of observation. He calls it the pragmatic theory of observation. And I thought it was so great. I thought everyone knew it was the pragmatic theory of observation. I thought this was the de rigueur term for this theory, but it's Feyerabend's term. And the semantic theory of observation is opposite, the one that the early positivists had. This is the semantic theory of observation. It's got the pragmatic theory of observation. We determine prodigal statements causally. The semantic theory of observation terms are determined by means of the reference to observables. Right? So here is Feyerabend's pragmatic theory of observation. There are 4 conditions for an atomic sentence. That's an atomic fact, atomic sentence, an atomic proposition. To be an observation sentence, there's a set of physical circumstances that prompt any class of speakers to either accept or reject the sentence. It's decidable. What do you smell? Ozone, right? You come up with a decision. It's caused by the circumstances. This makes it a prodigal in Carnap's original sense. The original one is you just prompted to utter a thing. It's unanimously accepted or denied by every class of speakers. Unanimous decidability. It's got this unanimity. So everyone's prompted to give a result, and they all give the same result. This makes it a prodigal in Carnap's final sense. Carnap's view about prodigals is actually the same, all the way from the physical Sprache in 1931 up to 35. And in the 1931, he says prodigal statements are those of intersubjective validity. That's Black's translation, but they're intersubjectively valid. Right in there, you have this account of prodigal statements as involving unanimity. They're intersubjectively valid. Issues of truth are aside. So there are 2 other conditions Feyerabend mentions: quick decidability and relevance. Quick decidability continues on in Feyerabend's and others, and Carnap's view. Carnap later on talks about the quick decidability of observation statements as important about them. I'm not so interested in quick decidability. You can make lots of mistakes with quick decidability, but that's another of Feyerabend's conditions. And relevance. Relevance is, if I say, I put this up and what do you think this is? And you say utterance, because I had said an utterance. Well, it's not relevant. You need the right sort of causal prompting. That's the relevance condition. All right. So in general terms, an observation statement is a prodigal statement to which all competent speakers of a language give the same verdict, either assent or dissent, when prompted in the same physical situation. No stipulations are made about what these sentences are supposed to assert. Purely pragmatic statement. After 1935, for whatever reason, Carnap never talks about it again. I never see it, and never again. And in fact, he does talk about quick decidability in testability meaning. He says, no, the observation statements are those where you quickly decide, and that feature persists. But later on, he just talks about observables. Later on, he just seems to be an endorser of the semantic theory of observation. I've always been puzzled by that. My view is that he's figured there's really not much more to say, he thinks, about this. And actually, once we have decided on what terms are observational, and we interpret them as referring to observables. And we allow our scientists then to tell us what the observables are. So let's just talk about observables, and let's just talk about observation terms referring to observables after all. Not for Feyerabend, so as I can see, he persists with it. So when he does then talk about later on, he talks about observables. It sounds very much like early positivism. Earlier, they talked just about subjective impressions, sensations, and perceptions. Later on, he talked about observable physical objects, and it looks like he's giving up the pragmatic theory. But my thinking is that he just found, thinking about this topic wasn't very interesting after all, and we can just move beyond it and just talk about observables as per normal. And so Feyerabend reflecting on what happens with Carnap, I call it Feyerabend's regret. Because as he sees it, Carnap and others abandoned the pragmatic theory despite Carnap's excellent and crystal clear arguments support. He had just excellent support. He had the right theory, and he gave it up, and he's a bit bewildered about why they did this. Why here in 1958, 1962, 65, he's wholly endorsing it and saying, oh, why did they give it up? Oh, others have been supporters of the pragmatic theory, notably Quine, right? Quine's notion of an occasion sentence is a prodigal sentence. An occasion sentence for Quine in word and object commands assent or dissent if queried after an appropriate prompting stimulation. That's a prodigal. That's an occasion sentence. What's an observation sentence for Quine? Including unanimity. Observation sentences are occasion sentences of which there's pretty sure to be firm agreement on the part of well-placed observers. Quine, supporter of the pragmatic theory. Hempel had been a supporter of the pragmatic theory. Feyerabend was a supporter of the pragmatic theory. Many had been. Now, why did the pragmatic theory wane? Why is it never discussed now? Why are we gone now to Bogan and Boyd and Woodward and Suarez and the experimental modelists? Experimentalists. Well, there's a lot of critique, a lot of concern about Feyerabend's view. I just give a selection from Robert Butts, Brooke Townsend, Michael Friedman. I give this example from the Against Method. Here's an example of an observation statement. Consider geocentrism and heliocentrism in the observation report. Heavy bodies falling down from on high go in a straight and vertical line to the surface of the Earth. It's an observation statement. It goes straight down. It's going straight down. Right? Galileo says this is an observation report in which we all agree. Looks like he's endorsing the pragmatic theory. It's not the right idea. Understood pragmatically, this observation lacks meaning and truth. It doesn't say anything. Right? So how can it confirm either geocentrism or heliocentrism have any bearing on these theories when it doesn't say anything at all? It has no meaning. Right? As Friedman says, community-wide agreement has no necessary connection with the truth. What's going on with this theory? But we need to reintroduce something like the idea of a common observational core, which would allow us to estimate the probabilities or improbabilities of specific theories and their competitors. We need to go back to the semantic theory in order to get a proper theory of observation. I have here, Feyerabend didn't self-reply to these critiques, as far as I know. Well, Feyerabend would say, look, observational data don't confirm or disconfirm theories all by themselves. They need to be interpreted. You need to think about how you're going to interpret them, and then you start interpreting them, and then you can start doing your scientific theories. Right? In dealing with arguments for the motion of the Earth, it's the connotation of the observational terms and not the message of the senses or appearance. There's no trouble in saying, no, it's falling straight down. How am I supposed to interpret this? All various ways, but the datum is there. I mean, the fact is that it fell straight down, and that's what we're observing. This is the observational fact. This is the observational situation. So there's more to say here. There's a little bit here, but well, how do we start learning about the world using observations? If it's all going to be theoretically interpreted, then aren't we way back then to principles P? We've got our observations, and now we're going to interpret them how they like. But once we recognize observational terms as causal products, we've got to think about that in terms of our understanding of what's going on. If I'm going to look at this observation report, I'm going to want to, think of it as a causal result of the environment. And I'm going to think about how it is that the environment prompts me to make an evidence, or why it is that the environment causes a machine to give this result. Right. So that there's this causal feature is not we're giving up science. There's no meaning involved. It's an invitation to do science. It's an invitation to do a study of the causal processes that lead to an utterance or that lead to a datum. Right. So there's nothing here that's you're nullifying the process of science or nullifying scientific investigation. Right. It's an investigation and interpretation into the causal processes. What's going on in the causal processes that's leading this thermometer to keep on reading to 20? That's what I'm going to investigate. This is going to be the scientific inquiry we're going to do. Right. It's going to be interpreted, but we're interpreting a causal product that we all recognize. And we can use experimentation to manipulate that causal process to generate protocols of different sorts. Start working on how different physical situations lead to different results and analyzing how we get these differences. This is a sort of inquiry we'd be making, not just interpreting it. Oh, we'll just interpret. How are we going to interpret that? You start meddling with the causal processes, start manipulating them as the new experimentalists recommend. Here's another objection, and this is from hacking. And representing intervening, it's hard to imagine a more wrong-headed approach to observation. Feyerabendian theorist of observation reading hacking, and boy, I don't want to be wrong-headed. And he cites the case of Carolyn Herschel, an 18th century astronomer who developed a proficiency for spotting comets through a telescope. No one in Carolyn Herschel's speech community would in general agree or disagree about a newly spotted comet on the basis of one night's observation. Only she, and to a lesser extent her brother, had the requisite skill. Nonetheless, there's no reason to deny that she made the observation she did. She made the observation she did. Oh, it's a comet. Oh, it's a comet. But anyone else in that same physical situation wouldn't say that. They go, a fuzzy star, black light, unique. There wasn't no unanimity in her generation of reports. She was a very particular ability, right? And only she had this observational capacity. There wasn't no unanimity here at all. This is why it's wrong-headed. And Quine expresses a different word. When Quine gave it up in 1975, so I'm done with this. He said, "Well, take a case of wine testing. Right? There's someone, a good wine tester. I'm observing the woodiness of this Merlot, and anyone else in that situation, it's not something that's going to be a unanimous report. It's going to be very particular to the expert. Right? And for these sorts of reasons, thought this theory of observation off target. I have a Feyerabend reply for this. If our interest is in communication and communal theory testing, observations as pragmatically understood are preferable. And if we were interested in, if Carolyn Herschel wants to share her results with others, what she's going to do, she's going to find some way to make it available to others so they could look at it and go, oh yeah, comet. She's going to try to generate a situation where others can unanimously agree with her about what she's observing. Otherwise, she's not going to be able to share her results. Obviously, she could share her results because she was seeing comets and we showed pictures of it. See how we see comets there? And we train students now to say comet, say comet. Then we get that conditioning going that Temple had suggested. Get the right sort of response, same causal situation. Right? Publicity. So there are sentences we universally affirm or deny sponsored by the same physical situation. We're universal with them, and that makes them communal. Publicity is characteristic of what counts as data. That's what data is like. Data is stuff you can share. Show me the data. The data is on my hard drive. Okay, I'll go look at it. You can share it. It's not private. It's not just only I can look at the data. Data that only I can look at. That's a problem. I'm not going to trust your results anymore. I want data you can share. And this is comments made by Leonelli and Bassini as making descriptions of what data is like, descriptions that comport well with the pragmatic. The data are tools for communication whose main function is to enable material and intellectual exchanges across individuals, collectives, cultures, and nations. Carolyn Herschel's observations works out. Data must be widely accessible, possible to retrieve, visualize, and manipulate at will, subject to packaging strategies that play a crucial role in expanding the evidential value of data for people. It's allowed that people can look at it and share it and go, oh, yes, I see it's data. I can see the results there. Yes, we all agree on that. That's what it's data. Again, no presumption as to truth. Don't start thinking that with your data. We're saying things as the way they are. No. We're getting the same causal results from the same physical prompting. What's it mean? That's a separate question. We're not giving them meaning, not giving them truth. Data are portable. formatted or handled in ways that enable its circulation among individuals and groups for the purpose of analysis. They're going to have to be shareable and portable. To serve the purpose of communal scientific investigation described by Lee and Ellie Massini, data needs an intersubjective nature that is the trademark of the pragmatic theory. Okay, so now I'm going to come back to Boyd and Bogan. And so Boyd and Bogan raised a couple more objections to the concern about, do we need observations when we're thinking about science? And they raised a couple of objections. The first one being that observation is not a reliable source of information. Too often observations turn out to be faulty. This is the problem with observations, right? Just the human perceptual capacity isn't reliable. And they use the example of the Vienna Radium Institute, where they had human scintillation counters. They had people set up to say, do you see a scintillation? And then they put a yes or no, or yes or no. And they just couldn't get it consistent. They're not very accurate at all. The human scintillation counters are just not doing a very good job. And their review of this is, we don't need human observers. We need our instruments that can do the data collection. And instruments don't do observing. Data collection. Well, you know how Feyerabend would respond to this, right? I mean, in other words, for Feyerabend, in terms of us being observers, we're just like machines. And this is Carnot's. We're just like machines. We're a prodigal machine. We just generate results on the physical property. We just generate results. We utter red. We utter, law, context. That's what an observation is. It's the prompted result. There's no need for the human phenomenology in this at all. So the first complaint, it's not reliable. And I don't think it's a concern for the pragmatic theory, but that's their first concern. The second result, well, it's mostly useless. Observational reports are useless. And they talk about fMRI imaging, where what you observe, the epistemic role played by observations limited to discriminating colors in the finished image, reading numbers of tables, simple things. Scientists observes the simple things, but that's not really the epistemic action is. Well, they're not so simple, my view is, that we get the same observed results in an experimental situation, that we all see the same color on the screen is very important for gaining knowledge about the world. If this wasn't happening, we would gain no knowledge about the world unless we had some sort of reliability with our observations. So it's not a trivial kind of reliability at all, I don't think. But overall, the view that they provide is a little unclear. It turns out that observational review is misleading in the simulation counters and trivially informative. It sounds like a bit of an oxymoron. It's uninformative and it's misleading, but trivially informative. Which is it's trivially informative. It's not misleading. It's misleading. It's certainly not trivially informative. Right? So the picture they give is a bit unclear about what's wrong with observation. And as far as it being informative or not for the pragmatic theory, again, it's not to the point. For the pragmatic theory, it's being informative or not is something we do after we get the data, we get the observations. We start interpreting them, and that's after we have the data. Suarez says, an inferential account of representation includes models understood as deflationary representations that license inferences to the observable aspects of its real or fictive target or phenomenon. He says just shortly after, sort of diminishing the value of observation, and then says, well, with my inferential account of observation, we have models that will license inferences to the observable aspects of things. That's what models are going to do for us. This is his inflationary account of Van Frassen's constructive empiricism. It sounds like we need observables after all. They slip in through the side door here. It looks like we're going to need some observable aspects of the world. They're quite important, actually, for Suarez. That human visual capacity turned out to be quite fundamental to scientific inquiry. So just two last points. And I just wanted to say a little bit about why we need the pragmatic theory to understand the history of science. And so these are my points. I think there could be said to be tacit in Feyerabend, but I don't know. The first problem for me has always been a big problem. And this has really kind of got me into thinking about philosophy and why I did philosophy of science. I've always been puzzled by the fact that people form theories about the world And then on these theories about the world that they have, what they see in front of them turns out to be illusory. And I just don't know, I just don't quite get it. Scientists talk about, well, it turns out, and this is an old problem, we know this issue. Scientists tell us that they're psychologists, well, you see those colors are made by your mind. The world really isn't colored like that. It's our mind is creating this picture of the world that gives it colors and so on, but the colors aren't really there. And then the psychologist looks at their screen, all the colors there, starts reading off the information. And you notice here on the screen, we're doing the MRI, you notice all this pink stuff here, that's part of the brain that's doing this and that. Well, I thought you said the colors weren't real. I thought you said colors are in our mind. Well, I always wondered, I didn't quite figure this out. I've always been puzzled by the fact that we rely on observations to learn about the world, but apparently on our best scientific theories, what we observe about the world is basically a product of our own minds, this isn't real. So I've never quite figured out how this works. I think people just pass over it. I think it's a bit of a paradox. I think it's a bit of a cognitive dissonance there for me. I want to be an observational realist. We want to believe that what we're seeing here are real things, but our best scientific theory says they're not real, which is it going to be. There's not an issue with the pragmatic theory. If you're worried about, if you have a semantic theory of observation and when you see something that's red, there's got to be something red in the world, you got yourself a problem. If you're thinking pragmatically, so this is just the report I gave of the prompting of the physical situation. How do we interpret it? I don't know. Depends what theory we have. We interpret it as a product of our minds, has no bearing on the quality of a datum. A datum is a datum because it's a causal product of an environmental situation. That's all it is. It's just pragmatic. Right? Pragmatic theory solves a very fundamental issue about our epistemic access to it. I like it. Now, this is my last point. You can have two sets of data that are both considered reliable and that contradict one another. It's kind of a bit of an odd thing, right? If you're a semantic theorist of observation, here's a datum, and it means there's a thing in the world that's an X, and here's another datum, and it says there's a thing in the world that's not an X. It's an X and it's not an X. This datum says it's an X. This datum says it's not an X. Which is it? You got a semantic theory of observation. It's telling you the world has two inconsistent properties. Now, what this is, it's from climate science. And it turns out that you have on the Earth's surface, you have global warming, which we all know about. And the thing about global warming, what happens is that the Earth's surface is warmed, the troposphere above the Earth's surface warms as well, and warms at a faster rate than the Earth. It's called an amplification factor, a scaling factor. So what scientists should be, according to the climate models, is that we should be watching the troposphere, the area from the Earth's surface up to the stratosphere, warming at a higher rate at about the mid-troposphere than it warms at the Earth's surface. Things should be getting warmer mid-troposphere at a higher rate. And this is what the global climate models predict. They predict that on a decadal scale, that warming, that amplification should be at 0.3 degrees Celsius. The mid-troposphere should be warming at a rate that's 0.3 degrees Celsius higher than the Earth's surface per decade. Not actually monthly, not actually yearly, per decade. And this is the area of 9 to 95% air for that global model climate prediction. Global climate model ensemble gives a line there and says, here's your 5 to 95 error range. The RSS group gets a result that's right here, and that is you would say for the global climate modelers, this is the best result. Many think it's the best result. It's noticeably lower than the global climate model prediction. It is lower, and they all recognize it. This is the troposphere temperature controversy that Wendy Parker talks about in her Stanford Encyclopedia article on climate science, right? Calls it the troposphere temperature controversy. It's a controversy. It's a problem for global climate modeling that it's consistently getting the wrong result at the mid-troposphere, particularly in the tropics, on a decadal scale. And the RSS group, they're within the range of the error, but it is noticeably lower. This is what's called the University of Alabama, the UAH group. It's below that level. which sort of means that we have a disproof of the global climate models. And the UAH group has suffered from this. It has received a great deal of flack for getting the wrong result. And people dismiss the UAH group as almost as charlatans. I mean, and there are members, you can imagine, the climate deniers would maybe look for reassurance. Now, the John Christie, who was the UAH group leader on this, says, I make no claims for what, I'm just an experimentalist, I'm just generating results using satellite observation. But noticeably gets a result below the global climate model prediction. And now it's a controversy, and it's a genuine controversy. In philosophy of science, there's kind of a trend to diminish the UAH group results. Okay? Wendy Parker and Elizabeth Lloyd, Winsberg, we think we've solved this. We think we've figured it out, that there's an error with this green line. Yeah, there's something wrong with it. I'm hesitant to say that. I think the UAH group here is a legitimate, climatologist group, legitimate results, and in recent literature on climate, on temperature observations in the mid-troposphere, it's generally recognized that we have an anomaly here. This is an anomaly. This is a problem for global climate models. They're getting it wrong for some reason and have a scale for tropospheric amplification rates. Just one small thing. The thing is that they're getting two different results. They're both solid experimental groups. They're both climatologists who are on their game. They're not making any mistakes. They quibble with each other about satellite orientations and so on, but they get different results. And how is that possible if you're going to be a semantic theorist? If you're going to think about observations as revealing the truth about the world or as referring to observables, the pragmatic theory says, well, this is just the data. Interpret it as you will, but you can't generate data that conflicts. And there are many, many examples of this in the history of science, and we can understand this with the pragmatic theory. Thank you.
Great newspaper, Robert. Questions for Robert?
Stop sharing.
Stop sharing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Jamie Shaw.
Cool. Can you hear me without all the feedback and stuff?
There's a little bit of feedback, so.
Is it a tolerable amount, or should I type the question?
Go ahead. Robert's good with it.
Okay. Thanks a lot for your talk, Robert. It was I haven't gone back to the protocols of this debate in so many years, so it was refreshing to kind of revisit it. I was wondering if you had any thoughts about the kind of continuity about the pragmatic theory of observation and Feyerabend's thought. So, the significance of observation seems to change in the late 60s, especially in his paper Science Without Experience, where he starts talking about observation as neither necessary nor sufficient for theory testing. And I was also kind of thinking, I mean, the emphasis on reliability and kind of consistency, like that might look very different in the later metaphysical disunity picture that you get in like Conquest of Abundance, where you have a position that says something like, maybe the world just isn't law-like we think it is, and maybe we just shouldn't be expecting reliable observation reports to be all that consistent. And maybe that's just how it is, kind of thing. So I was wondering if you could maybe say a few words about whether you think if you have thoughts about the kind of continuity of the pragmatic theory of observation as Feyerabend's thought develops.
Yeah, I haven't looked a lot from after 65 at Feyerabend's comments about observation. I haven't researched that in much detail. I looked a bit at Against Method, and it seemed to be the latest edition of Against Method. It seemed to be consistent with the views he had earlier. This is from his 93 book. When he talks about science without experience, I think he's meaning there that for him, an observation report has nothing to do with what you experience. Right? You can do scientific investigation, and there's no need here to talk about the experiences of people, because we're thinking about observations pragmatically as their utterances as prompted by physical situations, whether the prompter has an experience or not. Right? So I'm thinking that's how I interpreted science without experiences. There's no need for the human observation as being what's involved with observation necessarily. It's an observational report is like a verbal utterance that's prompted by a physical situation, whether the machine that does the uttering has an experience or not. That's how I interpreted science without experience. It's data doesn't need to be having a human observer. It just needs to be a causal product of the environment. But I haven't looked a whole lot at much else with what else Feyerabend says about observation after 65. Honestly, I'm going to be looking more at that and seeing if there's any inconsistency, but I haven't yet found any. So,
Cool, thank you.
Between the role of expertise or skill in generating data or observations and publicity requirement. Right? So, I mean, like versions of this argument exist, in some of Feyerabend's close contemporaries, right? I mean, Hansen has a version of this argument. Kuhn has a version of this argument. Observations are not intersubjective because you require a lot of skill to generate relevant observations. I think a more contemporary version of this is, although Latour made this quite clear in his earlier work, you need a lot of money to generate observations, relevant observations, because you need laboratories and equipment and expensive microscopes and samples, biological samples and stuff, right? And then certainly, like, there is a kind of linguistic product of all of the skill or technology that is public, right? But its publicity is not intersubjectively accessible to anyone who lacks the skill or money to produce, to check, right? And the checking is rarely done in science anyway, right? So I mean, it seems to me like if you want to lean on the publicity requirement, you're going to be really out of sync with the history and practice of science.
Yeah, it's not really up to the public to decide what is going to be meeting the publicity requirement, because they're told what is that requirement by the experts. And so the data that's going to be generated by this expertise is, I'm claiming the data is going to be shareable. It's going to be public. What's not public is going to be the procedures for generating that data, for sure. It's going to be, and I think the scientists in this context are sort of telling us what's going to count as a datum. We don't really have the wherewithal to decide whether or not something really is a scientific datum or not. We're just told what it is. So, and then we're just conditioned to accept what we're told as data. Just as with Hempel, we just tell children what it is that you say in a certain situation. And here, instead of an adult telling a child how to spit out a cherry stone, it's a scientist telling a lay person about how it is that what you should say when you see this picture. You should say it's a comet. And then you just follow along with how the scientist prescribes what sort of results are legitimate or not. So it's consistent with the publicity requirement in data that only an expert can generate the data, but the results would have to be public in some way in order for the public to accept them, right? I think we kind of resist a little bit. We've got the data, but we can't show it to you because you wouldn't understand it. We hesitate a little bit. You got to show me something that I can see and accept, and then we can call it a datum. Other than that, it might just be your own theoretical conception that we're thinking about. So I'm sort of emphasizing the importance of that publicity requirement in the results of the experimentation, because for us, when the results are shareable, then they become observational, they become clear to us, I guess maybe one way to put it.
Follow up on this, but from the earlier side of things. The very notion of the protocol is precisely that. The protocol is not a written speaking record that is public, right? And the idea of making it public, then is what gives you the option to then, in the spirit of anti-dogmatism, challenge it, to revise it, potentially test it. And that is what makes for this instability. That is symmetric relative to the theoretical of the observational statement of the big business. And at the same time, you have the dimension of it, besides the reversibility, the testability, that you should take for granted about the observation of it, which is the way you're going to use it to, for example, in the context of calling it reliable, stable, to then check on the theoretical choice or the choice between theoretical statements. And that is why, in relation to his economic business problem, already for a long time, all these things control statements. For they become statements.
I mean that they had to be controlled and
They had to be controlled, and then they were used to control.
That's right.
So that was the big thing, right? And now that came from the planning business, etc. The other issue is it's a little issue is the idea that observational statements are pragmatic, or the pragmatic view of this. In Feyerabend's case, the pragmatics of this is consistent with the depends on the causal root, in a sense. The regulatives, the regulative assumptions that you make about how this is going to be based on the causal connection. And that we know is perfectly comparable with the business of interpretation of the observational statements and the theoretical dimensions. Just because there's a causal connection, it doesn't mean that I'm immune from theoretical interpretation. They are perfectly theory related. And that is why Feyerabend calls the theory pragmatic. What's pragmatic is not the observational set, is the distinction between the theoretical and the observational. Because both depend on theoretical assumptions. The distinction is based on the choice. It's a pragmatic choice.
It's a pragmatic choice between going to the unanimous, unanimity.
Calling it observational as opposed to theoretical. Because both are interpretable, despite the fact that one is causally rooted. And then the idea is that, well, the fact that we distinguish between the two for the purposes of thinking that there's a stability that has pathological meaning on the observational side, ultimately becomes a matter of pragmatics, which is not a matter of arbitrariness or confidence. And that is what makes the thing a pragmatic theory. So it's not equal to beyond, in a sense, the neurotic pragmatism about the observational statement that Carnot picks up on, and then it extends it to the actual distinction. Because both are linked to reality, both are based on prior conceptualizations or interpretations that are, let's say, holistically theory laden. And ultimately, it's a matter of practice and control, in a sense, to draw this distinction, because we want to use one to then deal with the other, or to confront the other.
Yeah, well, you're right that there is with the pragmatic theory a theoretical interpretation in terms of what is the same physical situation. And what is a physical context? I'm uttering this statement in the context of a physical prompting. What is a physical prompting itself? Theoretically based. So it's not theory immune in that sense.
Exactly. I mean, in some way that both are causally linked to. There are, back to finish all discussion at the end with me. Within the particular framework, we assume that there's a causal, something we call a causal relation in the way we draw lines on the sand, right? And then we know that, from that point of view, within the framework, the theoretical connects to the quote unquote the real in the same way that the observational relates to quote unquote the real through this relation that we call and model as causal by some, again, interpretive standard. So there's a big symmetry between the two kinds of statements. And that is why ultimately, if you need to draw a distinction, because distinction has value, ultimately that distinction is a
Yeah. And so it generates an opening for pragmatism. And so it has not built into it already a theory that you're committed to, be more pragmatic with your theory.
Exactly. And so, but the symmetry is clear in the sense that this is then what he picks up on, that he then attributes to, as an example of a good application that puts this relative principle on the map as one of the specific versions, in connection to the Bohr-Marinoff effect. Says, well, since Faraday, we can articulate, identify this particular principle, methodological principle that connects the theoretical and the observational in the causal way, that then gives the theoretical in turn its own realistic meaning, all within the frame and the larger set. And that is something that then comes key to Richmond in all the operationalism business in a way that kind of challenges the symmetry between the theoretical and the observational. And it becomes an issue in operationalism, it becomes an issue in our bomb effects. And it's something that is not itself settled. That connection doesn't really fix the outcome of the theoretical. You always have this variability that, and actually, that is actually at the heart of the way in which both Hudson and I wrote different dissertations, but came out of that in a sense. In his case, it came from then dealing with this distinction on the context of operationalism and measurement. I used it at picking up on Feyerabend and what I was coming from, basically, in the context of symmetry and the way in which there's this indeterminacy, the relation between potential functions and force. And that's when I end up thanks to Galison, I focused on the historical chapter of the solution proposal, which was the case of after Faraday, the case of Maxwell, the classical. So going back to square one, the idea is that there's this symmetry between the case of the causal meaning of the theoretical statement and the causal meaning of the observational statement, and how both are equally relying on theoretical interpretation. And the distinction between the two is the matter of time.
Yeah, that's how when I think about how a scientist should then look at data, we'd be looking at the causal process by which the data is generated, and that's going to be a theoretical investigation, but directed towards the causal processes that are producing the observations, and it's theoretical.
All right, I want to give Eric the last question before we break for lunch here. He's been patiently waiting. Go ahead, Eric. Oh, you're muted. Your mic's muted, Eric.
Thanks, sorry. Would you agree that Feyerabend accepted a pragmatic theory of observation, but had a different account of how observations are used to justify theory, insisting that only interpreted observation sentences count as evidence for or against a theory, and not uninterpreted or neutral observation reports like protocol statements or basic statements?
I think you're inevitable that it's going to be interpreted. I don't think it's possible to not interpret observation statements and test theories without an interpretation. Though Feyerabend in, I guess it would be Problems of Empiricism, does talk about testing theories by means of uninterpreted prodigal statements. And I'm kind of allied to this, where you have a theory that would want you to generate a certain result in some causal format, and do you actually produce that observation in this format, whether it's interpreted or not? So I think it's possible to test theories by means of uninterpreted observational reports. A theory just predicts that in a certain context, you're going to generate a report in a certain context, and someone does generate a report in a certain context, however they interpret it. And so I don't think myself you need to interpret the observation statements in order for them to be confirmational or not. Feyerabend seems to think this is a possibility. But generally speaking, you would want to interpret your observation reports to make them significant for theory testing. I think that's just what you would have to do. They would be somehow rooted in a set of statements that are themselves generated causally in a very special way, but you would have to interpret them to some degree in order to make them significant, I would suppose.
All right, let's give Robert a
Just a quick follow-up.
quick follow-up by Jordy.
There's just the difference, in the different ways in which interpretation plays a role. So there's the difference between the way in which are they following proper? I would agree that the very formulation of the observational statements require conceptualizations that are linked to theorizing. And then there's the role of the theorizing in the way in which we connect those pre-theorized records and results then in relation to the theories or hypotheses we want to test. So the interpretation, the mention of the observational statement that takes place at these two levels, and in these two different phases, in a sense, the construction phase and the let's say the application phase.
Yeah, I was thinking about when Feyerabend talked about those causal antecedents, those theoretical causal antecedents, and they were a worry because they were.
That's the construction part of the interpretive dimension of the observational statement.
Yeah,
and that was what was to reject. So there are these direct things, that it's what it is, and then we are very sure of them. These foundational things. But then, of course, inevitably, given the way in which people come up with different descriptions, that the only one that can be sure about anything is you yourself, it's your private phenomenology. Thank you very much.
All right, let's give Robert a hand.
Okay, well, I need to begin by thanking, and I want to thank Jonathan too for his wonderful invitation to speak, but also Matt Brown and Jamie Shaw, because that organization, that was just a wonderful opportunity to be here. And for all of us to be in Texas, so we have to thank Jonathan for that. And people who are here virtually, that's also an extraordinary, complicated, this is one of the most interesting hybrid conferences I've ever been at. And I've been tweeting, so it's kind of a triple conference. My theme, and you can tell because there are different things, my theme is philosophy of science. And that's really what I'm excited about, the chance to talk about philosophy of science. And I'm focusing on medical anthropology or ethnography, as anthropologists really speak of themselves, as essential to the articulation of the philosophy of medicine using the example of witchcraft. And I thematize Feyerabend's emphasis that medicine is not a science. So, like Immanuel Kant, who does the same thing in the case of metaphysics, and it's Kant's centennial also, right? 100 years for Feyerabend, 300 years for Kant. Feyerabend proposed to set philosophy of science on the path of a science, arguing seductively that it had perhaps once been on that path, but had lost its way. This is the spirit of his essay, often misunderstood, Philosophy of Science, a subject with a great past. Now, the title's obviously a trigger, and decades later, Janet Crowley would insist that philosophy of science was, as she said, well, is too, right? Subject with a great future. So in the interim, that means after the science wars, which are in a way still ongoing, and given that scientists themselves have arguably never been less interested in listening to philosophers of science of any kind, analytic, continental, pluralist, doesn't matter what name you give yourself, the future, whatever that will be, remains to be seen. To date, traditional, by which I mean mainstream, philosophy of science tends, I think it still does, this is my question to Marco, to bracket Feyerabend's work. This is, and I'm not saying that there have been no studies, that'd be silly. There are a range of edited book collections, monographs, Even a monograph on Feyerabend's philosophy, very important, carefully not mentioning science. So they don't say philosophy of science, they just say his philosophy. And you can do a lot of work with the titles, like John Austin, as well as journal articles. But focused attention on Feyerabend has diminished, which makes the current conference, at least for me, as exciting as it is. And all of them, the one in Weimar, all of them are exciting because it's rare. It's a rare thing. Still, we philosophers, here's some of the books. You can see some of them in case you think I'm making up the books. I'm not. We philosophers, and there have been empirical studies of our citation habits as a profession that's been done. We cite abstemiously and exclusively when we do. We only cite work we think relevant or important. Quite where not citing is all you need to do to make a topic or a thinker disappear. From the start, Feyerabend had his critics, and Feyerabend criticized his critics, repeatedly observing of the reviews of his work that his readers seemed unable to read and unversed in argument. Here I note, and I'll be talking about that, his reply to Professor Agassi, a colleague at the LSE who went on to great success. He died in January, so it's fairly recently. And of course, great criticisms of his own. Criticism Agassi does not bother to waste on Feyerabend alone, so you can note the topic, and if you know how to read, once again, hermeneutics, if you know how to read, Popper and his popular critics. The designation popular is the critique. All you need to say. Assimilating and thereby leveling Kuhn, Feyerabend, and Lakatos. They are all the same. I think of Professor Agassi as Joel, given his years at BU, which is where I would have run into him, and York. He died the January before last in 2023 in Tel Aviv. But Paul begins, "Dear Josky," and proceeds to undertake to teach Dear Josky. The familiar tone is crucial to the point of both Agassi's review and Paul's reply and counter-reply, how to read the first sentence of Against Method. Page 17, Feyerabend writes, to indicate the text of the introduction, where the very word medicine, this is why I'm beginning here, appears. The term medicine functions as metaphor, rhetorically speaking. Supposing one knows how to read and parse a sentence, he explains, the following essay is written in the conviction that anarchism, we had a great presentation on that, while perhaps not the most attractive political philosophy, is certainly excellent medicine for epistemology and for the philosophy of science. The next few pages in Feyerabend's reply to Agassi feature an extended hermeneutic, unpacked for Josky's sake, because he thinks he doesn't know how to read, arguing that Against Method articulates what Feyerabend thought philosophy of science could be against the frame of what it was not. Feyerabend's objections concerned a certain intellectual indolence. He says, ignorant and conceited people are permitted to condemn views of which they have only the foggiest notion, and with arguments they would not tolerate for a second in their own field. This was the same intellectual laziness he had already, in Science in a Free Society, denounced with respect to the strange case of astrology, which led him to feature, this is fun for me, his own horoscope as frontispiece for the German Kenntnis für freie Menschen. The parallel was precise and sustained, and all very funny, but also more than provocative again. And Feyerabend's efforts to explain that he wasn't in fact, or as such, a believer in astrology, he says it bores me to tears. People don't care that he says that. Fell on deaf ears. People figured he puts his horoscope, he's got to obviously be proud or believe in it. Maybe he's looking for a date. Well, he was married 3 times, entirely possible. The same tone-deaf reflection led to a certain effort in commemorative tone-deaf perception and commemorative reflections after he died. To clarify that, people actually spent pages on this, contra what one might have gathered from his writing on medicine, that Feyerabend sought proper medical care, dying not in the atelier of a shaman or faith healer, but a real hospital. Rightly so, and for the reasons Feyerabend details, faute de mieux. As he says, sick people have nowhere else to go. The need for clarification corresponds to the prejudices of Feyerabend's critics, defenders. Just so, when Feyerabend could no longer clarify his own arguments, his work would become available for a different kind of anything goes, whereby scholars read his work into their own conceptual scheme, tidy or not. Thus, since 1994, Feyerabend's reception dwindled and philosophy of science split into history of science. I have this random thing here, sorry. Specifically, the safer, more Whiggish history argued with a good conscience today, along with social studies of science, likewise defanged, no strong program here, and ethnography post-Latour, with, and again, I'm grateful for Marco just to show the images of Latour, was wonderful, with even in Latour's own lifetime, less and less of the edginess or risks Feyerabend exemplified. My approach to philosophy of science is a minority perspective, and was so even before I began my undergraduate studies, not in philosophy, but biology, as I do something called hermeneutical phenomenological philosophy of science, and I argue we need this to read Feyerabend, who, of course, uses the word hermeneutics for his own part, and I argue that Feyerabend here, using the language of objective, and we just very recently heard that from Robert Hudson in the previous discussion, to refer to Heelan's philosophic reflections on Bohr and Heisenberg. As an example of this hermeneutic exposition, Feyerabend offers, that's what he does, he's helping Yoski, a personal illustration in his reply to Yoski, since they went back right to their work together. And reading his correspondence with Lakatos makes it clear that the personal afflictions he there describes were common enough in Feyerabend's life. He was not well for most of his life, and medicine conventional, which he did seek out, tended to make things worse. Feyerabend mentions his awareness of alternatives. I'm going to go into that, and it's important to note, and I draw on personal conversation with him, corroborated by conversation with colleagues and friends. He also spoke to, this is gossip, right? This is actually the best way to translate the first line of the Nicomachean Ethics, all men desire to know. It's like, yeah, what else happened? That would be that good question. A first-hand report. So he told me this, so that would be my source. The man himself, that although he writes in his autobiography, Killing Time, that his impotence, which he famously talks about himself, was caused by the bullet that got him out of the war. As he also says, the etiology of that same impotence was more complicated, and the incision into the lower abdomen, the bullet entered from the side of his body, which incision, he describes the decision the doctors made afterwards in some detail, had, he concluded in, again, personal conversation, more to do with it. And conversation he didn't just have with me, but with others. So I hear that from several sides. Iatrogenic impotence, as he told the tale, but still in any case caused, we all know that Feyerabend was a student of etiology, by the shot. So we can talk about proximate and distal cause if we want. Anyone who is suffering from any kind of illness, as all illness tends to be complicated, especially if one is trying to figure out the etiology of anything. Think of a cancer diagnosis. You want to know what caused it, why do I have, etc., whatever I have. We'll appreciate the trials and turns of Feyerabend's account, where he describes not his impotence, doesn't talk about that when he's writing to Joski. With Joski, he had to put on the same front he put on with Lakatos. He's a ladies' man, very, very important, and Joski remembers him that way. So that's Feyerabend stylizing. as in the German sense of stilisiert. He's stylizing. So here the question is details, and that's what he goes through, that matter to someone who's ill, details that are relevant to the suffering of an individual, and of less interest to doctors who do not listen. If you've been to a doctor, you know this, whereby one's own efforts to make sense of it can be more challenging than a detective story, which is how I read Feyerabend's example to Joski. For the past half year, I've been losing weight, about 25 pounds by now. I got double vision, stomach cramps. I fainted in the streets of London and felt generally miserable. Naturally, I went to a doctor. The general practitioners, this was in England, didn't do me much good. I went to specialists. For 3 weeks, I was subjected to a battery of tests. I was given x-rays, emetics, enemas, and each examination made me feel worse than ever. In America, you just get tests, none of that other real stuff. Result, negative. This is a nice paradox. You are sick, you go to a doctor, he makes you feel worse, but he says you are well. As far as science is concerned, I am fit as a fiddle. Okay, now, he continues. Not being restricted by an undying loyalty to science, I started looking for other kinds of healers, and I found lots of these. Hip herbalists, faith healers, acupuncturists, masseurs, hypnotists, all quacks, according to the established medical opinion. And but notice what's interesting here. He tries them as opposed to not trying them. Very interesting. He experiments. The first thing that caught my attention, we know this because he tries them, was their method of diagnosis. These alternative methods of diagnosis, to use the language of pluralism Feyerabend uses here, the very same as Ivan Illich, who's a countryman also born in Vienna, an example in 1974, Medical Nemesis, 50-year anniversary of Medical Nemesis, including traditional Chinese medicine in particular. They both use the same examples. It's fairly intriguing. Non-invasive, as Feyerabend explains, with a certain attention to the body and to the patient. Here, he happily calls Western medicine scientific. He puts it in quotes, but ultimately he says the most effective was acupuncture massage. And here I note that what Feyerabend was looking for was very empirical, very cheap. Now I'm speaking like a Heideggerian, antic stuff. He wanted results. He says, after a long time, this is this question, after the first treatment, I felt better than I had felt for a long time, and there were physical improvements as well. A long-lasting dysentery stopped, and my urine cleared up. Note here that he now, as I mentioned this before, the air quotes to flag the reference to science. None of my quote-unquote scientific doctors had been able to achieve that. Okay. Now, elsewhere, writing about science, and using the illustrations of modern medicine along with astrology and witchcraft, Feyerabend assesses the seesaw effect consequent to scientific revolutions, which lost as much as they gained. And noting 3 areas, as he gives this account, that are almost Kantian, except Kant gives you 4 examples: medicine, astronomy, astrology, and mathematics as case study illustrations. In a footnote to Against Method, writing on Galileo, which is mostly what Against Method is about, and Copernicus and optics, mostly about that, and articulating what he there names Galileo's propaganda campaign, Feyerabend explained that the so-called scientific revolution, although yielding astonishing discoveries and extending our knowledge of physics, physiology, and astronomy, had as corollary the tendency to exclude, often completely, those now orphan facts that didn't fit or conform to the new paradigm, as we would say today, post-Kuhn. The advance in knowledge was therefore and ultimately achieved, this is Feyerabend, by pushing aside and regarding as irrelevant and often as non-existent, so pretending something that is a fact is no longer a fact, which had supported the older philosophy. Thus, the evidence for witchcraft, which remained the evidence, demonic possession, which remained the evidence, the existence of the devil, etc., was disregarded, together with the superstitions it's once confirmed. Now, the result was, and he quotes Zilberg here, that towards the end of the Middle Ages, science was forced away from human psychology. So there's a problem for psychology here, and the whole question of the way we analyze altogether psychopathology. So that even the great endeavor of Erasmus and his friend Vives as the best representatives of humanism didn't suffice to bring about a rapprochement, and psychopathology had to trail centuries behind the developmental trend of general medicine and surgery. As a matter of fact, the divorcement of medical science from psychopathology was so definite that the latter was always totally relegated to the domain of theology and ecclesiastic and civil law, two fields which naturally became further and further removed from medicine. And that's the context, which is weirdest quote, right? At least to me weird. To say that Feyerabend took the issue of witchcraft seriously is hardly to say, except in the sense of being a Catholic from Vienna, very interesting question, that he believed in witches. If he did, this is a fact, in empirical, that means biographical fact, cultivate the habit of inviting local Satanists to lecture. He was teaching in Berkeley, in California, and these days we'll know because of all the stuff on the internet with white rabbits and whatnot, right? That's not too far from the infamous Bohemian Grove. And he complained about the excessive fees they charged, given that they were, after all, Satanists. You would think they could just ask Satan for money, but apparently not. But using the example of theology, and I was trained at a Jesuit university and I studied, someone who wrote method in theology was one of my teachers. So it's a science. It's been a science since the university was founded. In order to contrast the unscientific, as he called it, condemnation of astrology with what might be required, because that's his topic, to condemn anything, even witchcraft, citing the Malleus Maleficarum. That's his example. A text, right? As a textbook illustration, which textbook fashion had the distinction of knowing the subject was criticizing. I want to show the person he invited because we don't usually know who she is. That is the daughter of Anton LaVey, and Feyerabend would pay her money to come and teach because he hated, as he said, teaching. He did not like lecturing, so he would invite guests to come and take up the burden away from him. Here's another image of the Malleus, if you like. Now, he writes, the Malleus is a very interesting book. It has 4 parts: phenomena, etiology, he said he was interested in that, legal aspects, theological aspects of witchcraft. The description of phenomena is sufficiently detailed to enable us to identify the mental disturbances that accompanied some cases. The etiology is pluralistic and makes the Malleus, which he says, superior to almost every physics, biology, chemistry textbook of today. Even the theology is pluralistic, and that's, of course, the point about the theology as a science. Heretical views are not passed over in silence. You can't read Aquinas that way, nor are they ridiculed. They are described, examined, and removed by argument. The authors know the subject, they know their opponents, they give a correct account of the positions of their opponents, they argue against these positions, and they use the best knowledge available at the time in their arguments. Now, here, at this moment, I could move neatly into the argument made by political philosophers, Hannah Arendt would be one, with fair regularity following World War II, quoting Charles Baudelaire, author of The Flowers of Evil, who observed, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist, a point repeated by Denis de Rougemont and Arendt, etc., etc. And that'd be fun, but not the issue for Feyerabend, as what is key from his perspective is methodological hermeneutics. One needs, as he says, to know how to read. As one needs to know the subject one wishes to debunk, one cannot simply, pace Brian Leiter, engage in name-calling. In many ways, Feyerabend's Against Method as a book seems to have written the marching orders for what became, although it began before them, it's complicated, STS and Hopos. Some people here will be going to that meeting, but inspired Bruno Latour. I was just in San Diego to give a talk on another topic. And I drove by the Salk Institute where Latour took Feyerabend at his word and nearly destroyed his academic career in the process by writing, along with Steve Woolgar, who was the sociologist, Laboratory Life, which does exactly what Feyerabend says in chapter 16 of Against Method that we must do if we want to put the philosophy of science, at last on the path of a science, properly speaking, à la Kant, Immanuel Kant, one more time. And in 1900, because it's not just philosophy that has to do this, in 1900, to 124 years ago, speaking to the World Congress of Mathematicians, David Hilbert could urge that mathematics itself needed to be set on the royal road of a science. And we remember that Kant had assumed, incorrectly as it turns out, with resulting work in mathematics showed that mathematics was already well installed on that Heerweg, on that royal road. Hilbert's call inspired Kurt Gödel, who heard a lecture by Hilbert on first-order logic on the very idea of completeness and consistency in mathematical systems as such. Feyerabend thus discusses the very idea, as it were, of incommensurability. We've heard some wonderful discussions about that, inspiring Alistair MacIntyre's argumentative point of departure for his after virtue. That's why he starts with that strange story about science and distrusting science at the beginning, and including a tacit counter to Lakatosh's program for reconstructing research programs. Feyerabend says, incommensurability depends on covert classifications and involves major conceptual changes. It's hardly ever possible to give an explicit definition of it, nor will the customary reconstructions, notes he puts that in quotes, succeed in bringing it to the fore. The phenomenon must be shown. The reader must be led to it by being confronted with a great variety of instances, and he must then judge for himself. The argument requires empiricist recourse, and that requires, for the sake of science and anthropology, this is where ethnography once again comes in, quite as Latour recognized of scientific practice, what the scientists are actually doing. And scientists don't want philosophers or ethnographers in their labs anymore after Latour. So this is another way to parse the excellent point that Adam Woodcox raised yesterday vis-a-vis anthropology. So it's like, why is he looking at philology? Why not just go in? Well, they won't let you in anymore, but that would be the other reason. But in advance, Feyerabend has another question. And Feyerabend doesn't himself go into labs. He was already in one, so we took them for granted. But he cites Pierre Duhem, who does, as does Hudson. I've noted Feyerabend's recourse to the conceptual terminology of hermeneutics, though I argue, as Heelan argues, that it has to be via Heidegger, not Ricoeur, as who can talk to Searle. But if you can talk to Searle, you're not the hermeneuticist we need. Although Feyerabend does draw, that's the point for the reference that he makes, on classical philology, and it's the reason that I emphasize Nietzsche and classical philological hermeneutics and the oral culture of antiquity to understand Homer's Iliad, a dedication that remains crucial to his posthumous The Conquest of Abundance, although this connection is not as noted as perhaps it should be, both to his attention to Stone Age cosmology in his posthumously published Naturphilosophie, and thanks to Helmut Haidt and Eric Oberheim, also in English as Natural Philosophy. But already, in Against Method, to explicate our understanding of the Iliad, we've heard about this yesterday from Adam. Feyerabend cites Wilamowitz-Moellendorff, Nietzsche's nemesis, in addition to Dodd and like Milman Parry, some of his other references, the assistant to Albert Lord. Crucial to the analysis of the epic is not merely the theoretical work Nietzsche had done on the short, long, that is the metrical unit that permits us to reconstruct, that's how we do it, Lakatosh style, the sound of ancient Greek, such that thanks to Nietzsche's discovery of quantitatifying rhythm, we're able to pronounce ancient Greek. That's why we can do it. And literally, this is a fairly important point. This is archaeoethnography. We're able, this is what Nietzsche's book looks like, we're able to make it present. So it's not in the past. It's not at all in the past. We're able to make these texts sing again. The German is Vergegenwärtigung, and it means to make it present, to sum it up so that we can experience it. So that's the metrical formula that's on the theory of quantitatifying rhythm. And Nietzsche discovers that, and it is the basis for how we pronounce Greek today. Feyerabend explains the paratactic feature of the Homeric epic, an utter lack of novelty, or even the possibility of innovation, nothing new ever happens, all of which affect the narrative as such. Nor can we explain his dedicated reflection on Achilles' passionate conjecture at the outset of The Conquest of Abundance, I'm going to come back to that, without having understood this paratactic point as he repeats it here. We we really already went through this because Adam read that for us. But notice that Feyerabend talks about all these things, and they themselves are subjects of their own sciences. These are Wissenschaften, in this case, the science of Altphilologie, classical philology. Feyerabend argues as a result, and consequent to our own Judeo-Christian framework, we can fail to understand the openness of the Greeks to the deities and religious traditions of those other than themselves. An openness, and this matters when it comes to contemporary ethnographic research, as Bruno Latour identifies the whites, in whose we have never been modern. Feyerabend explains that there's a tolerance in religious matters which later generations found morally and theoretically unacceptable and which we just don't understand. Archaic man is a religious eclectic, doesn't object. That's how the Republic begins. Socrates goes down to witness the rites for Themis, a kind of a visiting goddess. Bendix, sorry, is the name. Bendix, she has rabbits. There are no priests, there is no dogma, there are no categorical statements about the gods, humans, the world. So it's a tolerance, he says, is still there side by side with the Ionians. Note the difference with Gödel, who read Husserl as well as Frege to make a critical hermeneutic plea for ethnography as a guide to comparative cosmology. He says an anthropologist who's trying to discover the cosmology of his chosen tribe and the way in which it's mirrored in language, in the arts, in daily life, first learns the language. That's a reference, of course, to von Humboldt and the basic social habits. He inquires how they're related to other unimportant activities as milking cows and cooking meals. He tries to identify key ideas. His attention to minutiae is not the result of a misguided urge for completeness. This isn't taxonomy, but of the realization that what looks insignificant to one way of thinking and perceiving may play a most important role in another. And here, to understand Feyerabend, we are much aided by Juri Katz's presentation yesterday if we want to try to read Feyerabend's parenthesis. The differences between the paper and pencil operations of a Lorentzian and those of an Einsteinian are often minute if discernible at all, yet they reflect a major clash of ideologies. Feyerabend offers an anthropological account of nothing less than ethnographic practice as such, including a pit stop with Evans Pritchard on the Nure to illustrate the scientific practice that's required to understand what it is that's proper to the cosmology of whatever culture one might be to a certain extent, attempting to understand. There, I put that in bold for you in case that helps. At issue is disambiguation, and earlier I referred just a moment ago to Gödel and the foundations of logic. For Feyerabend, what's crucial to note is key to the notion of an axiomatic system is that there are different kinds of logic. And to my reading, this is central to his focus on Parmenides. Thus, Feyerabend explains logical kinds. There's Hegel, there's Bauer, there are the many logical systems considered by modern constructivists. They offer not just different interpretations of one and the same bulk of logical facts, but different facts altogether. For this reason, Feyerabend had undertaken to explain by logic, one may mean at least two different things. Logic may mean the study of, or results of, the study of, the structures inherent in a certain type of discourse, and it may mean a particular logical set of systems. And here I have a little thing on Fleck, but I will skip that. Here's Fleck. Here's what he looked like. Okay. Here, Feyerabend details that if we're interested, for example, in determining whether A, B, or A, not P, if only if A is part of the logic of quantum theory, we shall have to study quantum theory. And as quantum theory is not a divine emanation, but a human product, we shall have to study it in the form in which human products usually are available. That is, we shall have to study historical records. We need hermeneutics, textbooks, original papers, records of meetings, and private conversations, letters, and the like. Thus, the need for hermeneutics, it's an imperative, not an option. It's not like we could have it or we can go back to our old way of doing philosophy of science. You can't. In the case, as he says, of quantum theory, our position is improved, and this is no longer true, it's very important to add, is improved by the fact that the tribe of quantum theoreticians had not yet died out. When he's writing this, Karl von Weizsäcker is still alive. I corresponded with him, but where do you have an actual tribe member? Not the people today. They no longer understand what's really at stake. So he says we could do it if we would talk to them. But I think we've missed, that boat has sailed. We have missed that moment. I'm going to leave another footnote. I always talk about the footnotes because everything is in the footnotes, according to Max Weber. So for Feyerabend, if we may take it as a given that we want, note the axiomatic formula, and again, my earlier reference to Kant's specification of what properly speaking belongs to the path of a science as such, what might count as a properly scientific philosophy of science, then we must approach science like an anthropologist approaches the mental contortions of the medicine men of a newly discovered association of tribes. And we must be prepared for the discovery that these contortions are wildly illogical when judged from the point of view of a particular system of formal logic, and have to be wildly illogical in order to function as they do. For Feyerabend, absent such foundational preliminaries, most accounts of the logical foundations of science as such are deficient or mired in preliminary and unfounded suppositions. And for such theoreticians, logicians, or what have you, they assume, this is what he means by axiomania, they assume as point of departure what they're not entitled to assume, that is, they suppose as foundational prejudice that science is axiomatics plus model theory plus correspondence rules. We just heard a presentation on some of that, plus observational language. And although this sounds reasonable to this day, for Feyerabend, we are not entitled to this assumption. Modern scientific medicine, its empirical discontents. Feyerabend argues that modern scientific medicine may have the popular success it has not because of its superior results. This wasn't true in Feyerabend's personal experience, and today we shouldn't have trouble understanding this, not after the COVID complex and debacle, lockdown, maskings, PCR tests, and experimental vaccines mass deployed without adequate tracking. Why didn't they track? Troublesome for an experimental protocol, you'd think they would track. There might be further questions that we could raise, reflecting parenthetically that much of the popularity of modern scientific medicine, we started with this, is due to the fact that sick people have nowhere else to go, and the television rumors, the technical circus, he had no idea what Twitter could do, of well-equipped hospitals convinced them that they could not possibly do better. As Feyerabend observes, there is no such thing an sich. Shocking as this may be for us to hear after 4 years of the science, he says there's no scientific worldview, just as there's no uniform enterprise science. Now, claim, we had lots of debates about worldview, and I will skip a comment that I have to make on that, on the chat discussion yesterday. As such, parallels the observation Feyerabend continues to make, in which we can find objectionable today, that there is no uniform enterprise science, except in the minds, he continues to say, of metaphysicians, schoolmasters, and politicians trying to make their nation competitive. Here his illustration is the same. Medicine, we began by emphasizing, is very technically not a science. Feyerabend uses science as a word, Wissenschaft, as did Kant or Lakatos. Matteo, we heard yesterday, gave a very nice illumination of this in the correspondence cited. Consequently, and to the extent that medicine is not a science, it cannot provide a basis for answering Feyerabend's challenge. What's so great about science? What are the reasons that might compel us to prefer the sciences to other forms of life and ways of gathering knowledge? Elsewhere, not in our presentation at this time, Jamie Shaw has reminded us that Feyerabend had his personal experience, I referenced some of that, with alternatives, telling us that Feyerabend, and I quote, elaborates on the details of his personal medical experiences, where the availability of alternative approaches proved essential for successful treatment, end quote. Indeed, as I began by noting this as crucial for his reply to Joe Agassi, reading Feyerabend's autobiography, Killing Time, offers insights into some other reasons for his comparative pluralism or relative open-mindedness. That's the quote in case you wanted to read that. Now, I should have moved to that, I apologize. As he says, there is no objective principle that could direct us away from the supermarket religion or supermarket art toward the more modern and more expensive supermarket science. Besides, there are large areas of knowledge and action in which we use procedures without any ideas to their comparative excellence. And that's where his example is medicine, which, although not a science, has increasingly been connected with scientific research. There are many fashions in schools in medicine, just as there are many fashions in schools in psychology. He then proceeds to say it follows first, the idea of a comparison of Western medicine with other medical procedures does not make sense. Secondly, such a comparison, really important point, is often against the law. It really is. Even if there should be volunteers, a test is legally impossible. That's not an idle observation. You have to notice the sophistication of the point, because we can't understand his question 2, as he often calls it, what's so great about science? For post-colonialist sentiment or pro-pluralism, one is not free to choose between one medical protocol and another, just to the extent that this is legislated against and was so already in Feyerabend's day. Thus, I repeat, as this is a challenge that one can find oneself confronted with if one seeks alternative treatments in medicine, should you be ill, should you have cancer, for example, including traditional Chinese medicine or homeopathy, especially homeopathy. It's against the law in California. Never mind ivermectin, which is perfectly Western and with a track record of benefit for so many things, including cancer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, was the case for the last 4 years, pretty much lockstep in all Western societies for COVID. One more time, such a comparison is often against the law. Note the emphasis on legally. Still, it is common to assume, although there's no basis for the assumption, that some sort of scientific methodology, like the testing of various medical protocols to see which do or do not have efficacy, might have been at work, even when just such testing might be legally and thus technically impossible. Instructively, the term as a term refers to a legal definition relevant to medical malpractice and citing not a basic benchmark for efficacy or healing or care, but a very bare minimum needed for the sake of the physician or surgeon in question, inasmuch as, I quote here, this is Moffat and Moore, the law only requires minimal competence. The care, standard of care, does not have to be average, which makes sense. Otherwise, 50%, this is doctors speaking, of all medical care would be malpractice by definition. The language of standard of care exemplifies the need for hermeneutic attention. By saying standard of care, one may assume some sort of care, but I mean, that would be wrong, and some sort of standardization protocol. And on both accounts, one would be wrong. Thus, globally, we went through this on a number of levels with social distancing and face masks and ivermectin bad for you, and now again, ivermectin not so bad for you. And this is not me. This is the standard reception right now. The point at issue when it comes to Feyerabend's argument and the relevance of the legal definition of standard of care is that none of this is up to the suffering individual, and one cannot opt. One cannot opt for alternate medicine, say, and thus, and here there's a parallel with Gödel's recognition, after studying for his citizenship test, the US Constitution was completely compatible with tyranny, a point that has had a rather more grassroots illustration over the course of the last few years of COVID mandates. All of this will have to be resolved, maybe, I don't know, in a court of law as opposed to philosophy, or as opposed to the science, because what's at stake is the rule, not of argument or science, but law. Again, to quote Feyerabend, there are large areas of knowledge and action which we use in procedures without any idea, one more time, as to their comparative excellence. Now, intriguingly, and this comes in at the end of Against Method, in fact, Feyerabend says it is or accounts for his whole reason for writing it would be the fate of indigenous autochthonous knowledge. This is the insight of Feyerabend's teaching at the University of California, Berkeley, where he taught, as he tells us here in his afterword, from 1958 to 1990. He was also teaching elsewhere, quite apart from all his other complaints. Now, I have a section which I'm going to skip because it is fairly late. Despite the fact that it's early, it's still late, so I'm skipping it. But it's there, and you can go read this, and I make comparisons and connections with his landsman, Ivan Illich, and his complaint, which is very similar to some of the complaints that Illich was offering as to how and what he should really be telling his students and whether he was in a position to do so. Here's Illich again, and his "to hell with good intentions," which was a lecture he gave to people who wanted to be missionaries. He said they shouldn't bother. Okay. Now, Feyerabend's point, reflecting on what he would have been asked to do with and to his Berkeley students, is that one thereby continues the colonialist process, even as one invited the colonized themselves to share in the rubrics of colonialism. They get to go to school. Thus, in his little keyword abstract, which he offers us, Ian Hacking reminds us that this is a very great advantage in reading Against Method, because in place of a title for his chapter 20, you don't have to read, you can just read the summaries. The point of view underlying this book is not the result of a well-planned train of thought, but of arguments prompted by accidental encounters, anger at the wanton destruction of cultural achievements from which we all could have learned, at the conceited assurance with which some intellectuals interfere with the lives of people, and contempt for the treacly phrases they use to embellish their misdeeds was and still is the motive behind my work. I've already quoted a little why would it be doing this? We do not want that. Okay, it wants to update software. Why does it want to do this now? Anyway, we remember Aristotle, who tells us that anger is, or better said, can be a virtue. And I think read widely, it is the case that in the case of Feyerabend, or at least in his own footnote, he's using this reference to excuse some of the quote unquote occasional violence of his arguments. Herbal and alternative medicine versus modern scientific medicine. I've quoted Feyerabend's observation that medicine, although increasingly connected with scientific research, isn't a science. After the last 4 years of referring to the science as a slam dunk for various enforced medical protocols, this could be striking, but the claim is hardly surprising for fairly basic reasons, as emphasized by Clifford and Donald Miller in their uncompromisingly titled 2014, Medicine is Not a Science. Medicine is not science, not science at all. As the authors point out, and philosophers of science can go to town on this, why not? This is the ghost of positivism, is verification and, I quote, strict regularity of outcome. Of course, just such a strict regularity of outcome is what a patient seeking modern medical advice is rather hoping for. Any philosopher of science, continental or analytic, can change the definition of science for the space of an article, but the point and the hopes of the patients in question will remain. I've argued that what Feyerabend means, and this is also surprisingly what Lakatos would mean, is what Kant argued already with respect to chemistry, as Kant argued that chemistry was no science, as he maintained, and Quine and other logical theorists take their point of departure from Kant, that there was a science to and in anything, only to the extent that it could be expressed logical-mathematically. In the same way, Danielle Offry, in a review article in The Lancet, and she relies on Kantian apodicticity, reflects that medicine really isn't a science. And she refers to Newton, because she probably doesn't remember reading Kant. In the world of the physical sciences, there are these absolute laws, but medicine is almost the living antithesis of this. The biological variability of disease, human beings, and the human condition makes such assured rationality almost laughable. So too, the question of whether or not mathematics itself may claim, as Hilbert, we recall, had anxiety in this regard, to be a science at all. Part of what Feyerabend was arguing with respect to medicine as a science wasn't that we had no organized theoretical schema, but that we had an array of such in the absence of what he called comparative excellence. That's his frame. Thus, Feyerabend contended that we assume the excellence of our own preferred knowledge, claims, and practices without having investigated whether other approaches had value or whether they worked any better than our conventions. Now, I've noted that it was Against Method, composed, arguably not too different, once again, time-wise, from the publication of Illich's Tools for Conviviality, which is the palimpsest for the 74 Lancet publication of the article Medical Nemesis. It's also published first as an article and then as a book, half a century old. No part of Illich's challenge to modern medicine, no part of Illich's challenge to modern medicine as cause of iatrogenic harm has been resolved. You are still just as likely in 2024 as you were in 1974, more so, in fact, to be harmed by a doctor when you seek medical treatment, and malpractice insurance is prohibitively expensive for this reason. This is the point of reference to black magic, as Illich speaks of it, this being nemesis in our Judeo-Christian culture, as so much medicine is for show, it's just for show, as Illich argues, rather than actual or real healing. Thus, Illich had emphasized that success or efficacy had an inverse correlation to funds expended. Indeed, he says, this is Illich, not only white coats, masks, and antiseptics, ambulance sirens, but entire branches of medicine continue to be financed because they've been invested with symbolic power. As a historian, Illich argued that traditional white medical magics that supported once upon a time the patient's own efforts to heal has turned black. Now, Feyerabend's analysis requires that we pay some complicated attention to how and what one should do with one's a doctor, trying to get a different kind of value if you attempt to suggest to your doctor that you will help suggest alternate approaches, they will fire you as a patient, which makes for excellent statistical records because once they've fired you, they don't have to count the results with you. It's really a beautiful, the outlier examples are excluded. So in addition to Ronald Munson, who'd argued that categories prevented scholars from regarding medicine as a science, Stephen Toulmin, 30 years ago in 1993, in an essay framed in a Lakatoshian voice in terms of clinical judgment and reconstructed, pointed out that one couldn't call medicine a science simply by fiat, but first had to resolve, and he thought you could do it maybe ethically, the inherent contest within medicine itself as art, as it's known to be, and as science as we would like, perhaps, without foundation to regard it. More recently, I recommend Ian Kidd, who's reflected on this and some of the challenges of looking at alternative medicine simply to begin with. Using the historical example of China, it's a very complicated example. In the 1950s, NTCM, i.e. history and anthropological analysis, Feyerabend details what would have to be involved. And here's what we do. The herbal concoction is analyzed into its chemical constituents. Then, that's what Pfizer does. Then the specific effects of each constituent are determined and their total effect on a particular organ explained on that basis. His problem with it is that it neglects the possibility, he says, that the herb taken in its entirety changes the state of the whole organism, and that it is this new state of the whole organism rather than what Pfizer's looking for, a specific part of, or Bayer actually, of the herbal concoction, a magic bullet that cures the diseased organ. He continues to argue, of course, that same claim, it's obtained always from a multiple source. Now, early on, in response to this, the philosopher Paul Tibbets offered a reply to Feyerabend, to which Feyerabend, ever game, had replied in turn, and I already noted Kidd among other discussions. I think the parallel for Feyerabend would be the competence required to make sense of TCM or herbal concoctions understood on their own terms and with the recognition of complexity rather than in terms of the ideal preferred by modern pharmaceutical research, which requires a patentable and ideally a manufactured and very metaphysical essence. Pharmaceutical concerns, because based on a business model, have no room for considering or researching Feyerabend's conjecture, to use Popper's language, that the herb taken in its entirety might do this. That would be epistemological pluralism in practice, research for efficacy in medicine, treatments that might actually work, rather than profit for pharmaceutical intervention, or highlighting, also important, minimum effort and time on the part of the physician. One might begin to put medicine at long last on the path of science, but that would have to recognize, as Feyerabend argued, that there were a good many ways to do science, and to acknowledge his counsel that what might be avoided for the sake of research and discovery was the determined, I quote, application of a preferred ideology. That's totalitarianism, and in place of which Feyerabend opted for a certain pluralism. Nietzsche says one must have many eyes, inasmuch as Feyerabend observes, and we saw that before, here as elsewhere. Did I have it anywhere? Maybe I didn't. Doesn't matter. We will live. We will just leave that. Here as elsewhere, knowledge is obtained from a multiplicity of views. I'm sure I quoted that, and others of us have done so. So thank you very much for your attention. Maybe there's time for a question.
Yeah, Jordy.
The issue was what vacation. The issue clearly is more was relevant than which is not what but why. Okay, what's at stake? It's very clear that in one of the contexts here, the medical context, what's at stake is the law. It's a legal issue now. And that's what there's a change, that there's an evolution in the history of what's at stake when it comes to demarcation.
Yes, yes. Well, that's part of the reason to refer to Illich. It's not just because they both come from Vienna, but it is because historically one has to track as Illich, because Illich is a historian, not a philosopher of science. And as a historian, he's interested in how in fact, medicine becomes the kind of thing that it becomes after having been classed at the status, very significant to Feyerabend's analysis of Brunelleschi and what Brunelleschi is able to achieve for artists at the time. What's significant for Illich is that doctors had the prestige of a barber. And nothing higher than that. And they were regarded with a certain amount of contempt because mostly by the time you went to them, they didn't help you. So, which hasn't changed. But nonetheless, there was an evolution, and part of that was, and Illich's argument is that this was done by accreditation. You can't be treated any longer by the person who can help you. Or a midwife, or an old lady down the street who knows what to give someone when they're sick. You've got to go to a proper doctor, and only that doctor can prescribe. And meanwhile, you take out of the pharmacy all of those things that had been traditional remedies, and you make them illegal and by prescription only. This is something that Illich tracks in all of his footnotes. So. Yeah, they're not exactly. So they're not covered by insurance, and so you have every investment in going along with that new protocol. But as Illich shows, this is very recent, and in fact, it's a very scary thing. At my age, I can remember when doctors would write prescriptions that actually required pharmacies to grind out combinations and then give you a powder. Now we just have that in the casual convention, take a powder. But it used to be the particular thing because things weren't simply poured. Now in a pharmacy, a pharmacist pours something from one bottle into another bottle rather than something specifically for you. So that is something that has changed. Nietzsche thought that medicine would become more particularized. That is not what's happened. It's become more standardized. Thank you for that.
Okay, Jamie has a question. I'll let you go with the feedback. I'm tired of keeping Jamie quiet. So.
Thanks. Thanks for the talk. Absolutely fascinating. I couldn't hear all of what Jordy was saying, so I don't know if he mentioned this already. But one thing Feyerabend says in his letter to Jordy, so Jordy sends him a paper on hermeneutics, and Feyerabend says it's awe-inspiring, and he doesn't know enough about it, kind of thing. It seems like one of those things that he was vaguely familiar with, but kind of always wished that he did a little bit more. Might be an interesting note. There's also in Arness's review of Against Method, he says, you're in this Popperian empiricist problematic, and that's what's holding you back. If you were in other traditions, and he mentions hermeneutics amongst one of them, you could maybe pick up a little bit more steam. So anyways, that's just some remarks about Feyerabend and hermeneutics. One thought that I had when you were talking about the bringing the history back to life kind of aspect. This seemed like really, really connected to Feyerabend's notion of performance, right? His attempt to use his body in certain kinds of ways when he was lecturing, and to a certain extent, this got lost with his writing. So I think there's this one really great reminiscent piece from Don Gillies where he talks about Feyerabend trying to jump across the room to illustrate, the tower argument sort of thing, and how memorable that sort of made it. And Hanne Andersson has also talked about his very later lectures where he was trying to talk about medicine in a very brutal kind of physical kind of way, but he was too old and like kind of physically weak to kind of make the actions that he wanted to, but he would like smash his cane around in order to try to do it. So I don't have particular directions with these comments, but it just seems to like it just things in your talk just kind of reminded me of them, and they seem relevant.
Okay, well, thank you very, very much for that, Jamie. He uses the word hermeneutics, and of course he's drawing on it. I mean, one of the things, you can't be reading the Malleus Maleficarum and not or talking about theology unless you're talking about hermeneutics. So my teacher was Gadamer, and therefore who wrote Method of Truth and Method. And the method that he's talking about is not something he invents, and it's certainly not something that's a proprietary thing for anyone, but it has, I mean, Nietzsche uses it, it goes way, way back. Nietzsche says the 19th century is, of course, the victory, not of science, but of method over science. And that's Nietzsche's kind of very provocative statement, that method takes over and becomes what determines philology. He's not talking about physics or medicine. He's talking about his own science. So Feyerabend is using hermeneutics because it's standard. And one of the things that I realized when I was working with Gadamer was just, and it sort of blew one away, it was just how many fields mattered for the work that he did. Because usually if we have a teacher, our teacher is influential for 5 or 6 other people at other universities. But in the case of Gadamer, it is so many disciplines, including the law, as well as theology, and of course, aesthetics and literary interpretation. So it's a very difficult question. So there's a back story of hermeneutics that's already there. Gadamer simply comes, picks that up, and takes over. Schleiermacher and Ast, and of course Dilthey, and a whole range of thinkers who are writing on that, including the Weber I casually referenced, and recently Gadamer's own essay on Wissenschaft, science as vocation, has been translated. So, and he had a conflicted relationship to science because his father was a chemist, so it's complicated. But nonetheless, what Feyerabend is drawing on doesn't allow one, and I tried to make him make connections too, because after all, this was my background. But what I meant by that jealousy that we as scholars seem to have, that means that we don't cite, and that we don't, I mean, we're terribly scrupulous about this, and it's very, very fatal, because we have to do all this work. Who's he talking about? What does he mean? Who's he referring to? So the whole disambiguation is because we're not putting some helpful information into a footnote here or there, and that's true of a lot of individuals. It's not just Feyerabend who's not doing, but Feyerabend was angry. I mean, he has one comment where he says, all the chairs, which is completely untrue, all the chairs in Vienna, he says, are held by Hegelians or Heideggerians. I'm a Heideggerian, and that was never the case. So it was not true then, still not true now. Certainly not true now. Many of you will be in Vienna shortly. Check and see. I know I'm right. So you don't really, you look with a great deal of difficulty to find a Heideggerian anywhere, especially these days. But even at that time, it was already not the case, because there was this move, and that move, we need to pay attention toward the history of the academy, especially as scholars. What do we take for granted? What do we assume? And so on. So I think the hermeneutics he had knowledge of, like Bruno Latour. Bruno Latour was also trained in hermeneutics from the side of theology. And he did not refer to the people we think he should have referred to, and who would have help us make a map so that we could know, okay, that's that, and I can ignore it or pay attention to it or what have you. But he did use the term, and he does invoke it. And in fact, and that's, of course, where Adam's comments are very helpful to us. His whole analysis of that, what I call the paratactic, what even Adorno calls the paratactic, only works if you're paying attention to that structure of the clausulae or the formula, the Homeric formula. But thank you so much.
Ian?
Thanks, Babette. I like to interpret kind of Feyerabend's general philosophical project in terms of those 2 questions he liked to ask: what is science and what's so great about science? But one thing that's always puzzled me is that the sorts of questions relevant to that, what's so great about science, are ones that I think are better asked within the continental European traditions. So, for example, the sorts of questions Feyerabend wants to ask include issues about sort of disenchantment, the existential implications of science, prevailing scientism of our culture, etc., etc. Now, if you think about that in terms of the later Heidegger, the later Husserl, people like Gabriel Marcel, makes much more sense. And yet, weirdly, Feyerabend barely engaged with them. Like I think there's the one reference to Heidegger where he was offered a meeting and said no. There's a couple of positive references to Husserl's Crisis of the European Sciences, but he says barely anything about it other than that it's remarkable, no details, and just no engagement with that whole phenomenological existentialist tradition of critical philosophy of science. So my question is, why? Feyerabend can be very pluralistic in some directions if you point him towards the Renaissance or ancient Greece, but other directions where he should have been pointed, like later Heidegger, later Husserl, barely anything. And I'm interested to know your perspective of why wouldn't he reach out for those thinkers who have such allied concerns?
Because he was a child of the London School of Economics. And one thing that has to be kept in mind was that his formation wasn't in the Viennese Austrian or the Austrian Alps, in his case, tradition of philosophy that he could have been trained in, but really this accidental, as he tells us the story again and again and again, steering towards what became post-war, bad time to be getting a PhD anywhere, Austria or Germany, and that for many, many years. So it wasn't simply fine after 45 or 55, in fact, or even until 65. So things didn't happen. My own teacher, Bill Richardson, who was an expert on Heidegger, when he defended his dissertation, everybody came. Why? Because he was that great? No, because it hadn't been done. And so in 63, no one had done, in the French context, that was in Louvain-la-Neuve, a defense on that high level which would entitle you to have the venia legendi. So you had a shortage of academic instructors that it was a direct result. So basically people got jobs, but you really weren't producing what the Germans call Nachwuchs. You weren't producing those individuals who would go forward. So Feyerabend, I think, didn't maintain this, I'm carrying the torch for some other tradition, because he didn't know it. That's the first part of it. He had been trained in physics, he had been trained in mathematics, and he liked that best, and that was how he imagined or fancied himself. Very, very important part of it. He read informally, but you can't just read in an Austrian philosophy class or philosophy department. You've got to know cold all kinds of things that he did not necessarily need to know cold, and those would be the positions of others. He did know about Heidegger, which is why he would have turned it down, that Heidegger suffered no fools at all. So meeting Heidegger would not have been a fun thing to do. It would have been an exercise in humiliation. Heidegger was not nice. So, I mean, most German professors, let's be honest, are not nice. They can be quite, especially the old-fashioned ones, I mean, Gadamer was very nice, but that's because he was in Boston when I met him, and so he was meant to be nice. But on their home turf, their whole job was dedicated to telling other people that they couldn't possibly qualify and they couldn't possibly get a job, and therefore they're not writing a letter of recommendation, that sort of thing. So, I mean, it's a very, very difficult question, but I do think that one needs to go back and do an ethnography of the London School of Economics at the time. And that's why reading Lajowski, and that's why that Martellini's book is so fascinating, because I think just by reading the exchange between Lakatos, where you have to add your hermeneutic grain of salt, and Feyerabend, you get so much out of it, I think. And you can begin to reconstruct that, but you can't take them at their word, and you can't take Agassi, and you can't take Popper, because these days no one even kind of cares about Popper. I hate to say that for the Popperians among us, but there are not a lot of Popperians anymore, and there weren't when I started studying. So that was a long time ago.
Thank you for talking about that, and I apologize if this is a really tangential question, but I'm increasingly interested in thinking about big emergencies, the role of science. Big emergencies. I started thinking about this in relation to the abject failure of our scientific and democratic institutions to address the climate emergency. Yeah. But I think it's also worth thinking about in the context of the COVID emergency that we have all lived through. And it strikes my nascent view is that a lot of our very good thought about in philosophy of science, and in other studies of sort of science in relation to society or democracy, a lot of good ideas are not applicable, right? Or not workable. And there's been a lot of good, arguably good criticism of the illiberal role of the illiberal response to the COVID emergency, the illiberal role of science. Lots of interesting critics. I just got a book by I haven't read it yet, but by Sandro Galea on this topic. But others have written on it. Eric Winsberg's written on this. Where the scientific advisors, institutions intentionally withheld information from the public, exercised sort of authoritarian control over certain political decisions, etc. And if we think about sort of the pluralistic liberal ideas of Feyerabend in relation, for example, to individual medical decisions, right? Do make those ideas work in an emergency, right? Where we don't know a lot, but we can't wait. We can't sit around and debate it and wait for all the evidence to come in and consider multiple perspectives and so on. What should we do instead? I don't have an answer to that question, but I guess I'm wondering, do you think we can still use thinkers like Feyerabend and maybe Illich in this context who are sort of thinking in a more thinking. Okay, I won't belabor the point. That's my question. Can we use these ideas?
Well, we could, but we won't. I think it's very important there. I mean, the other person that I worked with when I was collaborating, whatever that means, with Feyerabend, we were writing letters and talking on the phone. Not very collaborative, but was Taubes, Jacob Taubes. And I was baffled in Berlin because he would constantly be going to visit Carl Schmitt. And he had to go. Blennick had to go. It was a very crucial thing. And I'm a biologist by background training and a philosopher of science by inclination, vocation. And that's all I ever wanted to talk about. But I kept it in the back of my mind. And of course, I then read, which you do when somebody dies, you finally read their stuff that you never read while they were alive. It's a very interesting relationship to people that you aren't really your teachers, even your teachers sometimes. So, and plus I married a Schmitt expert, Tracy Strong, who writes the introduction to the University of Chicago editions of theology, that political theology that Schmitt writes. And what Taubes gives as an insight is that when you have that crisis, when you have that situation, for example, you're founding the state of Israel, you don't draw on people like the pluralist J.S. Mill. You think you would, but you don't. You draw. And he has this whole description of his detective investigation for how this happens, which is very Jacob and very weird. But he's saying he's trying to give a lecture on Descartes, and he just wants to be able to read a little bit of the Verfassungslehre because that'd be convenient to have. And he can't get it because, of course, he can't get it because it comes from Germany and it's Israel and it's post-war. But he's able to get it. And why is he able to get it? Because it's been smuggled in order to draft the Constitution of Israel. The same comment that Hannah Arendt makes to her husband, if they're going to be formulating their own constitution, why do they need to copy Germany? Which is, of course, what they were doing. And that's something, so what will we likely do? I think we'll still likely be copying Carl Schmitt because of the beauty of the formula. The sovereign is going to be, because it echoes in Schmitt's also an expert on Hobbes, sovereign is going to be the one who decides the exception. And we have no time, and we have a beautiful excuse that we can't possibly have the time. And what you're really saying then is it doesn't matter if you die, and it doesn't matter what the collateral damage is. And that's a very reckless attitude to an emergency, I think. I mean, you wouldn't want that. I mean, people, it's what your fire person does when they are breaking in order to rescue you from a burning building. They are making that decision at that moment, but you hope they're using phronesis, and you hope they're not simply saying, "Nyahaha, I'm the fireman and I'll rescue whom I like." No, you would like them to have some judgment, and you'd like some other sense that maybe as much as possible the young, etc., or those who have potential or possibility, or the vulnerable, or whatever you like, be the deciding factor, rather than whoever gets to make the call, which is how I translate Schmidt. So it's a very beautiful question, so hard.
Enjoyable in a good way. I still have this nagging question in the back of my mind, namely, what are we to do here? I mean, and then this was Matt's question. So just reshift a little. Let me rephrase it and say, look, instead of asking what the ideal is, in a field like medicine, that you touched upon, what's the next step? Not what's your vision for the future down the line. Like over the next 5 years, what can we do different in medicine to incorporate some of these insights?
Well, we could do what Andrew Weil said we were going to do years ago at Harvard, but we haven't done. That is to say, we could actually have complementary medicine. Your doctor could actually consider other alternatives and works them in as part of a treatment protocol. That can't be done. You talked about the coverage question. There are other issues that were raised, etc., but it really can't be done. And what you don't have, and people run into this. You're all young people, so you don't care. Why would you care? But when you are Feyerabend's condition, you will begin to care. And he was, because he was injured, always interested in these other questions because he always had troubles. And if you have physical troubles, you're going to be confronted with the limitations of that straitjacket into which you must fit. So what could you do? You could do what we've had research. We have article after article. I contribute articles to nursing philosophy. It's a very important field in philosophy. We could pay attention to that. It's the nurses who are interested. The doctors could give a damn. So, I mean, it's because the nurses are the ones who have to actually be there at the side of and do the things. And of course, they have this little hierarchy of who actually touches the patient when. It's a crazy thing. But what could we do would be that. We could put medicine on the path of a science, and we could put philosophy of science on the path of a science in a similar way, not by listening to Lakatos and Feyerabend, but Kant, so that we could actually start to look at what it would have to be. Now, we can then turn around and say, well, it can't possibly be, but it's not a matter, I think, of throwing one's hands in the air. We have all of the resources. We have tremendous amounts of research. We don't use that research. And it's something that, because we have this internet, we have the means to suppress research like we've never had before. So you have to use the Wayback Machine if you want to find what was done. And I recommend look before 2017, because systematic suppression of, at least in biology, started because I've been teaching about some of these things for a long time after 2017, where you suddenly got less results. But it doesn't mean work wasn't done and wasn't funded. It just means it no longer comes up.
Yeah.
Pardon me? I
think
acoustically.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Multiplying kinds of human. Last month, more.
It's not a matter of resources. Simply stop suppressing Google results. I don't see how it's expensive to suppress the results that we already have. Research that was already paid for. That's something fairly important. I mean, one of the things that's significant about the most dangerous part of a COVID vaccine, for example, is lipid nanoparticles. Those are extremely dangerous and have been dangerous for a very long time. They self-assemble. That's gray goo. That's black, whatever you want to call it. It's a problem. Why is it? And it's always been a problem. It's not a problem because now people are injured. It was a problem from the beginning. I have published on this. It's old news. It's not new news. That material is funded and researched because you have to have it. Those lipid nanoparticles are what you need to have to go through the most difficult thing to go through. Happens at the miracle of conception, and that is the cell membrane. You've got to cut it. And once you cut it, the cell reacts by saying, oh, I must be cancerous now because I've been cut, or begin to divide and split and become a zygote and a fetus and so on and so forth. But it's the mechanism, and that goes back to Italian research a very, very long time ago. All I've got to do is take a needle and prick the surface of a cell. That's it, and it will replicate. So it's very, very easy. There's a million ways to cause cancer. It's the easiest thing in the world. But this does do that, and it's well documented. But find it today. So, well, Babich just said, that is how my name is strangely enough pronounced. Babich just said such and such and such. And you go and look for it, you will find it if you're assiduous, but it won't be easy. But it's there. I know because I read these things 20, 30 years ago.
Flip comments about medicine isn't a science. I mean, sounds very like the positivist, right? And he's throwing it up against physics, saying, oh, you know,
Yeah.
and what a weird thing for Feyerabend to say, right? It's not absolute, right? It's like what? So I wonder if you could maybe say a bit more about. I mean, clearly it's an attack on a specific type of medicine, right? The dominant Western medicine, but. What exactly are the reasons behind this? I mean, is it just kind of on empirical grounds, like this didn't work on me, it's going to work on other people?
Because your results may vary, yes.
Yeah, but as you know, a philosopher of technology, right? Like there are some people draw this distinction between applied practical science. That could be right for Popper. He's going to say, well, no, you know, we should be using falsificationism for pure science, but for applied science, he's going to be very conservative, right? He's going to say, well, we should only use corroborated scientific theories, right? I don't know if there's some Popperian stuff coming in.
You can go do it. There is no book out there called Medicine is the Science, so there's not. And the reason that there's not is for what's really required for the benchmarks of what a science is going to be. That's why I use the example, which should surprise all of us, especially people who failed PChem or organic chemistry. Chemistry is not a science, right? How can chemistry not be a science? You can fail it. Clearly, it's got to be a science. So, but what's meant by that for Kant, and recently, they have formed a philosophy of chemistry. Bamhare was very instrumental in helping to do that, but it's in the same geology problem. It's the same issue, because when I went to school, for example, Alfred Wegener and his theory of continental drift, whoever that is today, was complete nonsense at the time. That was what was taught. This is not true, and so on. And then suddenly it becomes true. Well, what happens? The science changes. So, well, what counts as a science? So it's a very, very difficult question. We want to assume, because we think of it as science, that it has to be a science, but it's not. It doesn't self-define or describe as science. And of course, when you talk to your doctor, they're not saying this is the results of the science, do this and you'll get these and these results. They're very random about it, especially in the United States. You know, we'll do this test and then come back. Meanwhile, you have the same problem you walked into the doctor's office with, and you're going to come back in 2 weeks and see the results of the test. What do you do in the interim? And that's the problem with it. Whereas if you want something where you have an actual protocol that you could follow, that'll be something else. That's why he was happiest, I thought, instructively with traditional Chinese medicine, with acupuncture massage. He was happiest with that because he felt it immediately. And I think that that's something you don't get when you go to your ordinary doctor. What you go to your ordinary doctor is, you're fine. Or we did tests, so we didn't find anything. And then you still have whatever you have. And what do you often do? My advice to friends who have that kind of experience is wait until the symptom is obvious enough that it hits your doctor in the face, which eventually will happen.
It's very curious in light of things like placebo effects, right? Well-known, like very strong placebo effects in medicine, right?
That's
We
right.
should all be taking sugar pills thinking it's going to do something for us, because we'll probably see some kind of benefits from that. And, you know, to follow up on stuff Ian was talking about, right? We know Feyerabend's very kind of fond of Foucault, Histoire de la Folie. I think you read the English version, but it was going to be in the draft of Against Method, and I wonder if he was reading Birth of a Clinic, things like that.
That's a good question.
Right?
No. Again, we're looking for Feyerabend to connect with our people. And that's actually was the subject of most of my attempts to engage him. I was attempting to say, could you throw me a lifeline? And what I learned from that was, no, he couldn't, and it wasn't his concern. And I thought that was actually very, very helpful, because we always bring people over into our sandbox, but that doesn't necessarily aid in understanding what they're about. It makes it useful for what we want to do, but it doesn't necessarily help us understand what they're attempting to do. And so when I went back for this meeting to reading against method, I saw things that previously I, of course, had not seen, because this allows you to revisit the text. And I think revisiting the text is a good idea. And if we do that, that can be cool.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thinking about the alternative medicine example, I take it one of the reasons that Feyerabend came to the defense of at least certain kinds of alternative medicine was because he disliked the sort of arrogant, dogmatic attitudes. I'm taking that's a feature of his defenses of witchcraft, astrology, voodoo, alternative medicine. He's not necessarily saying that they work. It's just he just clearly temperamentally hated this sort of lazy, dismissive attitude. For example, the people who dismissed acupuncture without knowing anything about it. I suppose one response is, well, yeah, but if you do learn lots about the history and theory of acupuncture, you can still conclude it's nonsense. You'll just be better informed about it. And so that makes me wonder then, what is the kind of the deep source of that kind of dogmatic resistance? It could just be that, a lot of people, maybe kind of, scientifically trained people just kind of become arrogant dicks. But I think the more interesting explanation is these dogmatic attitudes are actually rooted very deeply in a sort of metaphysical vision, where people are arrogantly dismissive towards, say, acupuncture, really because they just have a very different metaphysical picture, according to which things like chi, meridian lines, just don't exist. The world is not like that. So their dogmatism is grounded not just in psychological dispositions, but in a very different picture of the world. And I wonder whether you think that's part of Feyerabend's thinking. There's a sort of metaphysical pluralism that he's sympathetic to, where we should be open to very different kind of non-scientific beliefs and practices, partly because we should be a little more humble about our understanding about what reality is fundamentally like, because no single metaphysics falls out the sciences. It's too pluralistic and messy, and anyway we can't pretend that we've pretty much got reality well mapped out, because nothing really supports that. So what do you think about the idea that there's a sort of actually a deeper metaphysical grounding to these attitudes that Feyerabend's criticizing?
I think that is true, but I also will not ignore his own report of his own improvement in his own health. And I think that that's something that people can have their own experiences with one way or the other. We are trained on Western medicine. We are trained to expect nothing from it. There is something that's a little bit problematic about that. If the doctor says, do these tests, I'm taking blood, we have our placebo effect, but nothing has in fact been done for us. We've just lost some blood. Thank you, vampire. But we have not gotten any treatment in effect. What Feyerabend was struck by those alternative treatments, whatever you like about them, was that they actually laying on of hands. And in nursing, there is, of course, also this conviction that healing touch is a thing. I think healing touch has to be bunk, but it apparently is not. Simply touching someone apparently does something for them, at least for nurses. Do doctors do that? No, doctors don't go near patients. So this isn't something doctors will do, but it's things that nurses will talk about. And so if you're interested in philosophy, this nursing philosophy, John Drummond founded that. That's very interesting kind of way to have different publications and so on, people looking for different venues. The advantage is this absolutely open attitude, which comes from a lack of power. The nurses have no power. And the less power you have, the more open you are, which is very interesting. This is not the position of doctors who don't want you to tell them. I think I made that comment very quickly in the discussion of my paper that, scientists are worse now than they ever were before vis-a-vis philosophers of science. They were previously slightly interested. They are now utterly uninterested. And, that's a kind of unfortunate consequence to be a philosopher of science today, when science seems to be on arms against what philosophers of science have to say. And philosophy of science is not very helpful, because philosophy of science uniformly replies, well, you all should be forced to take courses in philosophy of science, which is a dumb argument. But that's what we argue. It's not a help. we need to, I mean, you're right. Everything that you're saying is very, very well observed, but Feyerabend is reporting something empirical. So I think you're right about his attitude completely, but he's also, as a sick man, saying, these are these things. And he is clear in his exchange. I've got this one, I've got that one. He had them seemingly on speed dial or on his little Rolodex at the time where he could call them. Did they ultimately heal him? But life is not something you get out of alive. So that's not, that wouldn't be the deciding factor. Could we bring in other things? I mean, otherwise we're assuming that what there is the science and what there is the medicine. And he's suggesting that there are these other ways. Maybe we could cover these different things. I know that in England, you can, in fact, avail yourself of homeopathic treatments. I was once called to testify in California for a veterinarian who lost her license and was incarcerated for giving cats and dogs homeopathic treatments. And since homeopathic treatments are non-existent, I mean, they consist of things so much there that they're not there. You've basically given someone that's nothing. So to put someone in jail for giving, distilled water with nothing in it seems unfair, but that's the law. And my pointing out that these things had been researched did not help her. So no expert witness can help in such cases but it's different from culture to culture. And in Italy, you can buy these treatments, and in Germany, you can buy these treatments, and in France, you can buy these treatments. They're nothing. In fact, you can buy them in Whole Foods in America, but they're illegal in the sense of you can't recommend them. Your doctor's not going to say, take this nosode and call me in the morning. And I know nothing about homeopathy. I only know that it's got this reception and you can use it, you can give it to racehorses and they'll be fine. And I figure racehorses, that's not even clever Hans. That's just a racehorse that no longer has colic.
Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. This is a relatively minor question, but I'm just wondering, talking about the medical background, I think there's this change in the view that the traditional kind of view that once a patient's terminally ill, the physician would just abandon them, right? They thought, I can no longer heal this person. My job here is done. And then there's this move with Cicely Saunders, the palliative care movement, and the establishment of hospices, these kinds of things towards end of life care, which seems to be also, I wonder if we would consider that under the umbrella of Western medicine, but seems to me a bit more pluralistic. And I know some hospices will incorporate acupuncture and things like that, Reiki as well. And I guess a minor question would, do you know whether Feyerabend at all talks about, ever mentions the palliative care movement or Saunders or that kind of medical background?
Yeah, that's fairly recent. And one of the things that you can consider if you wish would be to read one of the later chapters in Michel de Certeau, The Practice of Everyday Life, where he has a chapter called The Unnameable. He was a Jesuit. And so like Illich as a priest going in to check out the doctors who are also priests in their own way, brings in something that is fairly complicated because what happens with the palliative care movement, which is something that Illich at least would criticize, is that you take away from the patient the right to die on his own, and you make it someone else's determination. The patient doesn't get to say, except if they want to commit suicide, I want to stop now. And it's interesting that suicide euthanasia would be something that's an exception to this, and that one can think about. But you can't simply say, if you're being treated by the doctor, that I think this is time for palliative care because I'd like to be able to drink some wine. I'd like to be able to have whatever other options, because anything goes, because it is the doctor abandoning. You're still abandoned, but you're abandoned in ways that are billable. You're abandoned in ways that are taught in nursing school and that are now also a segment in medical school. So it has become institutionalized palliative care. And it's the most exciting thing there is. We have one hospital in the United States. And I was just there because my mother recently died. And I was advocating and my sisters were ignoring me. I said, talk to nurses. This is fantastic. We must do this theoretically. And the theory was right. It is an incomplete night and day experience. And if there's one hospital and it's nearby in the borough, Bronx, go there. So we did, only at the very end. So what's intriguing, however, is even as I was in the hospital, I already saw what is the result of that, which is loss of funding, and it will soon be closed down. So there is a question of how can you get support for this? The palliative care makes a lot of sense. I thought so theoretically without ever seeing it. So could you have it? I would agree. But can you have it be something which I think Feyerabend does emphasize, that the patient could themselves wish for? That would be a question. And right now you need a script. The doctor has to give you permission. And as long as that's the case, it's authoritarian, I think. Thank you very much for that difficult question.
I think we should give
Thank you.
Babette a hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody there, thank you very much for your interventions. They were fantastic. And also the chat. I love the chat.
Yes.
Thank you.